about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it.
Look, mile like 3-6 pulled up, ski trip, cold winter. All my niggas eating good. I remember when we had no dinner. West side, east side, no side, both sides fucking with me. Check, coming, check, leaving flex season. Fuck 12, come and get me. Get your ass to run around high speed, chasing all the big bags. Bending corners, bending rules, bending necks. Give your bitch a whiplash. Slide through hot knife, warm butter storm, gutter drain lane. Young man, old habit, still at it, tryna let my chain hang. True story, new story, 2-story condo, B&B. 4 bath, 1 me, no key, like I did a B&E. B&Me so good, so hood, so not worried about it. 250,000 new views, old news, know you probably heard about it. Extra, read about it. Headline, word around town, flexing. Ballin' on my course, so I ain't worried about nobody out of bounds, stressing. Feeling like Hercules, murder these pussies ain't a problem to me. Tried to tell the maid service don't come unless you bring it condoms to me.
Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it. Moving, shaking, coming down, tipping. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down, tipping. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down, tipping. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down, tipping. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Let me know where you're checking in from. Let me know where you're checking in from. Let the room build up a little bit. Let YouTube send out the notifications. What's going on? Let me know where you're checking in from. Let me know where you're checking in from. It was kind of light tonight. It's kind of light tonight. Oh, that's right. The BET Hip Hop Awards. It might be kind of light tonight. I forgot about that. Oh, well. It's just going to be a light night. But I got a good lecture coming up at the end. And then a Q&A. Starting, growing, and scaling your box truck business. Ricky, what's going on? West Palm Beach in the building. Let me know where you're checking in from. All right. YouTube just sent me the notification, so I got it. I wonder why they sent a notification out 2 minutes after I hit the live button. All right, let me know where you're checking in from. Let me know where you're checking in from. Got Ricky in the building from West Palm Beach. It's probably going to be a light night. I didn't realize the BET Hip Hop Awards was on tonight. So usually it picks up. Let me see. Let me know where you're checking in from. Let me know where you're checking in from. I'm not going to wait till the normal 25 because I don't think it's going to be. It'll probably pick up. The chat will probably pick up a little bit later, maybe 30 minutes in. It's not going to pick up sooner tonight. I don't think. What's going on? O's Appliance, Mississippi. What's going on? Chilling, taking it easy. Taking it easy, man. Nothing to it. All right, let me know where you're checking in from as you come in. I'm going to try to let it build up, but I'm not expecting too many people out the bat, like I said this week. I kind of figured it'd be light with that award show on tonight. Let me know where you're checking in Austin, Texas. I'm going to wait till you get to 10, and then I'm just going to start talking. They can just watch the replay. I'm not going to sit up here and wait. Shoot. Austin, Texas. Austin, Texas. And I'm just gonna get started. Forget it. All right, so peak season update. I'm holding the same stance. Pennsylvania in the building. I'm holding the same stance that I've been holding. So anybody that's new to the channel and you don't know what my stance is, I don't think it's going to be, well, I know I'm 100% positive you're not going to see a peak season like you saw last year. So for those that were in the industry last year, you're not going to see those numbers. I'm calling for a normal peak season. I'm holding my stance on it. I'm not wavering. If you see a pandemic peak season this year, I will come on here personally and say I called it wrong. But I'm 99.9% sure we're going to see a regular, if not, probably I'm calling it a normal peak season, but I don't it may not even be normal. I'm just not seeing patterns of a normal peak season, but definitely not a peak season of 2021. All right. So that's my I'm still holding that stance, and that's my peak season update. All right. So let's get into it because I'm gonna move kind of quick because the starting, growing, and scaling is a presentation, a slide showing all that. So I'm gonna try to get to it so I can get to the Q&A. All right, renting versus buying. I did the video was a few days ago, right? And it did pretty well. What's going on? Let me know where you're checking in from. Do me a favor. What's going on? Wayne in Virginia. What's going on? Hit that like button as you come in for me. It helps the get the stream into the algorithm. North Carolina in the building. What it do? What it do? All these notes I got from you, bro. Everything is in motion, man. I hope everything work out, man. I hope it all work out for you. What's good, Wayne? Peace, Swiftmatic. What's going on? All right, so renting versus buying. All right, so the game has changed a lot since last year. A lot of people that jumped into the game last year, the game is totally different. All right, we already talked about the box truck bubble. We talked about the dream sellers. We talked about the hopium. So now, what's going on? What's going on? Hit that like button as you come in. Washington, D.C. in the building. Blessings, blessings. What's going on? What's going on? I think right now is a good time. People ask me all the time, is now a good time to get into the game? I'm going to tell you this. Now is a good time to buy a truck. Now is a good time to buy a truck. If you are one of the early subscribers, I've been preaching what's going on now for about the past 5 months since I've been on YouTube. I said the trucks was going to go down. All right. And they're going down. You know what I'm saying? They're going down. They're going down. Every week on this live stream, I go look at trucks and you see the same trucks. And if you go look at the live stream from last week, I'll show you those trucks this week cheaper. All right. They keep dropping the price on them. They keep dropping the price on them. So it's now a good time to get into the game. Well, we'll talk about that a little later, but I will tell you now is a good time to buy a truck. All right. I gave you an example of why buying versus renting is the better option. If you coming into the game, I do recommend you come into the game renting a truck. But like I said in the video, you have to have a plan on transitioning out of that rental truck. All right, because that rental truck, you're pretty much buying the truck. All right, so all the BS that I hear a lot of people kick talking about, well, rent a truck, make $1 million running this and running that is BS. You know what I'm saying? It's BS. You don't got, and then they sell you on, you don't got to pay for the maintenance. You're paying for the maintenance. Just like I said, you're paying for the truck. I showed you how you're paying for the truck. And that was just on a basis of $1,000 all in with mileage included. It's people, I got mentees that's paying $1,500, $1,800. We had people come on this show that say they were paying $2,500 a week, $2,000 a week. All right. You can go back to the previous weeks and look at the chat for the Q&A. Hey, Mark, it's $2,000 a week good? That's what riders charging me. Oh shit, they're screwing me over. Blah 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 blah. All right, you can see it. So my example was on $1,000 a week. That's $48,000 a year. So imagine these people that spending $1,500, $1,200, $1,400, then paying 25 cents a mile, 28 cents a mile. You know what I'm saying? So if you got decent credit, Here's the thing. If I had bad credit, I'd take out a high interest loan right now on a cheap truck rather than rent a truck. And I know that's not the smart thing to do, but if I was in dire need right now and I wanted to get into the trucking game and I really wanted to get in, and I don't promote this in any other time, I would never say purchase something on a high interest, but now that I'm thinking about it, you'll come out better on a high interest loan than rent a truck. Because if you play it like this, if you go get the truck on a high interest loan and you treat the truck that you're paying for like you're renting it, you'll pay it off in a year. You'll pay it off in a year, and that interest, the interest will get ate up because you're making more payments to the principal. You can treat paying that truck, pretend like you're renting it, and pay the note like you're renting it every week. Every week, send them $1,500, send them $2,000, and you'll pay the truck off in a year. You know what I'm saying? If I was in dire need, I would probably do that. Now, I don't promote it. I don't say Mark is telling me to go get a high interest loan on a truck, but if you do the numbers on maybe 15% or maybe 20%, and you actually aggressively pay that truck off, aggressively, you can't not do it aggressively. If you aggressively play it, aggressive like you were paying a rental to Penske or Enterprise at $1,200, $1,300, $1,400, $1,500 a week, you'll still come out better than paying one of these rental truck companies, because you're going to give them $50,000 in 1 year and you're never going to own that truck. You're never going to own it. So right now, I'm saying it's better to get a high interest loan on buying your own truck than to go get them that money with what they're charging right now. I don't promote it. I don't condone it. I'm just kicking facts. I'm not saying go do it, but the numbers don't lie. If you're gonna pay them $2,000 a week, you might as well pay it towards something you're gonna pay for and aggressively pay it off. And that's just my spiel on that. You're paying the maintenance. Don't let anybody say, well, you're not paying the maintenance. You're paying the maintenance. You paying for everything. The whole purpose of them renting trucks is to make money off the truck. They're not paying for the truck. You're paying for the truck. They're not paying for the truck. You're paying for the truck. You're paying for the maintenance, and you're paying their salary. The truck rental game, when you're in this business, is used as a stepping stone. It's used as a tool to get to the next level. To get to the next level is not, if you're going to have longevity, if you want longevity in this game, then you have to transition to being into your own trucks. So like I always say, the margins are very small, very small. If you want to open up your margin and make it bigger, then you have to own your truck. All right, that $1,500 or $1,000 or whatever you're paying. Some people are paying regular rates. Some people are paying extortion rates. All right, regardless of whether you're paying normal rates or extortion rates, the fact remains that if you own your own truck, that money would go into your margin. That would be part of your profit. And then just think of the long term down the line when the truck is paid off. If you're not in a position to buy the truck all up front in cash, you know what I'm saying? Think about it, down the line when the truck is paid off. Now you got a truck that's paid off, and all that money that's coming in now, you don't have a truck expense. You're not paying for miles. You're not paying the truck note. That's more profit. That's more. That's increasing your margin even wider. All right. When you get into situations like we're in now, economic collapse where freight is scarce, rates are low, we're in a recession. A person whose truck is paid for ain't really tripping. He's tripping, but he ain't really tripping. When you paying a note on something or you paying a rental on something, like people who are paying rentals are in a really tough bind, right? Because if freight is scarce right now, a lot of canceled loads, rates are low. Like it ain't like days in the past where, you know what, I'm gonna turn this truck in, then maybe it'll pick up maybe in a month, peak season, I'll just go rent another truck. Now people scared to turn the truck in because they know once they turn it in, it's out of there. You got to get back on the waiting list. Once you turn that truck in, it's a rizap because it ain't no trucks. So people are holding on to trucks, fighting for crumbs right now and paying these high rates. That's facts. I know it's the ugly truth, but I'm giving it to you from a person who's been in this game since 2010. All right. When I started renting trucks back then, truck rent $250, $300, $450 for a 26-foot for the week, and that's coming with 1,000 to 1,500 miles included in that $450. Taking their insurance was $10 a day. It's a different ball game now. So this is my advice to the people that are out there, you know what I'm saying, struggling with these rentals. I know I'm like beating a dead horse, but I got to keep beating this dead horse because, believe it or not, people watch the videos and they still ask me these questions. They still ask me this advice. They still in my DMs. They mentorship coaching sessions. And, you know, I don't mind answering the same question over and over again, especially if you're paying for a coaching session for me to tell you something I told you for free. You know what I'm saying? But I'm giving you the strategy on how to overcome it. You know what I'm saying? I'm giving you the strategy. Me personally, right now, if I want to get, I'm not saying do what I do, but I'd rather pay 20% interest right now. And I'm not promoting take a high interest loan. Don't do it. Don't listen to me. I'm telling you what I do because I know how to go get it. Before I go pay somebody $15, $18, $2,000 for a month for something I ain't gonna own, I'm gonna go get if my credit score is 500 and they say, look, man, we're gonna take a chance on you, Mr. 500 credit score, but you're gonna pay a high interest. Guess what? I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna work the hell out of that truck. And I'm gonna treat that truck like it's a rental. And I'm gonna pay that note like I'm paying Penske. I'm gonna pay a gal. But guess what? It's coming back to me because I'm gonna own it in a year. Maybe a year and a half. I'm gonna aggressively pay it. So that interest rate, it's not gonna affect me because I'm putting money towards the principal. And I'm gonna make sure that contract states that I don't have any early payment. When you can, like some contractors say, if you pay it off early, they'll still charge you whatever. What they call it, early payment, early payoff. Whatever, when you pay it off early, they still charge you or fine you or whatever the terminology is. You know, you guys know what I'm saying. I'm gonna make sure that contract states that I don't get any type of early payoff infractions, and I'm gonna pay it aggressively towards the principal. And then that's my spiel on that. So you guys that are in these rentals, you got options. You got options. You just got to think smart. Now, I haven't said this in the video because I'm not promoting you go out and do that. But hey, to me, that's a better play. Pre-penalty. There you go. Pre-penalty. As long as the contract with the finance company or the bank or who's ever picking up that loan is not charge you a pre-penalty for paying it off aggressively early, then man. All right, so that's some free game for you. I'm not the guy on here that's telling you to go get a high interest loan and pay it off in 4 or 5 years. No, if you're gonna do that, you have to pay it off aggressively. All right, and to me, that's what I would do. All right, so let's move on. CDL box trucks are dirt cheap. So yes, CDL box trucks are very dirt cheap. They're cheaper than non-CDL box trucks. Why? I don't know. I'm looking at CDL, but I saw 2019. Matter of fact, let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at it. Hold on 1 second. Let me pull it up. Let's take a look at it. All right, let me share my screen. Let me switch this up. Present screen. Share screen. Windows. Give me a second, y'all. All right, we're gonna go there. All right, bet. Let me put myself down here in this corner. And then let me take this banner. All right, bet them up. All right, let's take a look at, we want to look at 26 footers. We want to look at 26 footers. And we're going to look from here. We're going to go about 250 miles. All right, so let's do this. Let's drop this down. We want to look at the cheap trucks. See, I'm not really with expensive trucks. It serves no purpose to me, but to each his own. Let me hide this out the way. All right, let's take a look at something. All right, so everybody that watches the stream every week, remember this truck was 20,000 last week, and think the week or two before that was like 25 maybe. Now it's 18. It's the same truck. I actually called about this truck. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, what's wrong with this truck? You know what I'm saying? I called about it. They didn't answer the phone. But this is a non-CDL. It's a level 3. But like I said before, all right, so this is a non-CDL for 18. It's an older truck. But me, if I'm jumping into the game right now and I take my mechanic, like I always say, and they give me the thumbs up on the powertrain, the trans, and the engine, I'm gone. I'm gone. I'd rather take a chance on 18,000 on a '04 than pay one of them people extortion rates. All right. Me personally. All right. I'm in a big city. We got diesel mechanics here. I I might have to put 5-10,000 into it, but I'm still coming out cheaper. I'm gonna come out cheaper putting 5-10,000 into it and then rent the truck. That's what you're gonna pay total in about 5-6 months of renting it. 6 months of renting it. So, all right, now these trucks right here, 23,000. This is a 338. This is a CDL. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is a CDL 26 footer. This International is a CDL. You can tell you got the double wheelbase right here. See the double wheelbase? So I don't even have to look at the specs. I already know it's a CDL, but for laughs and giggles, because I'm teaching something right now. Where are the specs? CDL required, yes. Spring suspension, GVW, 52,000 pounds. All right. Let me see some. This is a CD. No, this is a non-CDL. This is 268. This is a 07, 35,000. They dropped this. Remember, guys, this was 40,000 last week. They dropped it another five and some change. All right. So this is 35.5 now. Now, this is a non-CDL truck with a little over 250,000 miles on it. It's a level 2. All right. It's a level 2. All right. It's Ohio. Level 2 inspection meets DOT standards and have passed our pre-sale inspection. It meets DOT standards. All right. Now, remember, we talked about this one. This is a level 3. It does not. Let me not say it does not. This one has not been inspected. All right. So they haven't inspected this. So they got it at a level 3. This is a level 2. So it meets the DOT. All right. So here's a $35,000 Hinu 07. All right. There's a truck. Now, all these are CDLs. All these are CDLs, 38,000, 39,000, 45. Well, not that one. But look at this one. Here's a 2019 Hinu, 338. So we know it's a CDL, $45,000. 2019. It has 310,000 miles on it. Whoop-de-doo. All right. Let's take a look at it. It's a 2019. Truck is 3 years old. 3 years old. Now, it took us to get to 45,000, and we saw what, 2 non-CDL trucks. So they're dropping the price aggressively on the CDL trucks. This Freightliner, just by looking at it, this is a CDL, I believe. Let's see. Yep, CDL. I mean, this is a trick of the trade, guys. You'll learn this stuff some of you guys know how to tell. But people that are learning, you'll know how to tell. It's little tricks I can tell by just looking at them to know if it's a CDL or non-CDL. This International, I think this is I know this is a CDL. I think this might be this is a non-CDL, I think. Let's see. Where is it at? Yep, non-CDL. I was right. 25,099. So we saw 3 trucks, and then 2 of them were under 45 that were non-CDL. But most of these trucks now that they're selling, they're aggressively dropping the price down on the CDL 26 footers. For guys that are trying to get into the game, they got a CDL, you can get a truck for a steal. Here's an International. Other than that, then you got the rest that they got left are around about 50,000, which is good. I think compared to where they were. He got some Freightliners around 50,000. I had a mentee hit me up last week and say he was about to buy a Freightliner 2017 for 66, and I said, why? It's about 10 on Penske for 55. And he was like, oh man, that's why I hit you up. Good looking, because I sure was going to pull the trigger on this one. All right, so yeah, so guys, that's what's going on right now with the trucks. You know what I'm saying? If you are looking to get a truck, now I think is the time. You can do some searching. I just like to look at Penske because it's fleet owned and maintained. But I'm just using that as an example. You can go on Commercial Truck Trader and Jasper and some of these other truck places. The rates are coming down significantly, and they're really coming down for the CDL box trucks. Why? I don't know. I've been trying to figure it out. I haven't figured it out, but once I do figure out why the CDL trucks are a lot cheaper than, or why they're aggressively coming down faster and a lot more than the non-CDLs, I will let you guys know. All right, hiring and keeping drivers. All right, basically this is the video that I put out earlier today. And for those that watched it, I said something in the video at the beginning of the video. I called it. I said this video is not going to have a lot of views, and it didn't. All right, I know which videos are going to have a lot of views and which videos aren't going to have a lot of views. Now, the sad thing is about it for everybody that's running multiple trucks, that's the video that you want to watch. People that are running multiple trucks and people that maybe even have one truck and they just got a driver in it, or they're running Final Mile and they got a driver and a helper in it. And that's the video you want to watch, because guess what? Keeping drivers happy increases your money as well. You know what I'm saying? It goes back to what I was talking about earlier. If your truck is parked, you're not making any money. All right. We're not in the days when I got into the game in 2010. The work industry as a whole, not just trucking, the work industry as a whole, it was, employees were reliant on the employer. The employer had all the leverage when I got into the game, all the way up into the pandemic. All right. We had the leverage as the employer. We had the leverage. People were scared of the employer. Man, call off, man. We finna go, man. Let's kick it, man. Let's run down to ATL for the weekend. Man. Let's run to Vegas for the weekend, man. Just call off. Say you off Sunday. Just call off. Saturday. We'll fly out Friday night after you get off work. We'll be gone Saturday. We'll catch a Sunday night flight. We're just gonna kick it tomorrow at Dre's. Nah, man, I can't, man. Mark, man. Because the type of dude I was back then, if you do something, I find out you called off to go party or something like that, because people are always going to snitch. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to give you a week off to think about it. You going to leave me hanging and I find out about it? I'm going to let you think about this for a week. That's what I mean. Employers had the leverage. You do a no call, no show. I don't care if you worked at McDonald's. You didn't show up to McDonald's. You didn't call 2 hours before your shift was going to start. That's immediate termination, right? Nowadays, the employee has the leverage. The game has changed now. You got people don't show up for work, don't call, and still got their job. Why? Because employment is scarce, one. Two, there's plenty of opportunities, right? So believe it or not, the employee kind of controls the narrative in the work field now. And keeping happy drivers is very important, because drivers jump from seat to seat. All right. And you don't want a driver in your seat and then jump out of your seat, because it takes time to find another driver. And while that truck is sitting, you're not making any money. All right. You're not making any money. So, and it's not just keeping them happy. And I'm not saying kiss their ass. What I'm saying is the morale. The biggest part of the biggest issue I've witnessed and I've seen and I've noticed over the years in trucking is that employee to employer relationship, as far as the rapport that the employee and the employer has. You know what I'm saying? A lot of truckers are treated like robots. And, for you guys that have been out there on the road and do this day in, day out, you understand what I'm talking about. For the people that are in the stream right now that have never really been out there, are more of a stream of income, got a truck, got 2 trucks, got 3 trucks, whatever, and just hire people and put them out there. Listen, it's lonely out there. All right. It's lonely. It wears on your mental. These guys have nothing else to do on their road but look at green pasture and think. And believe it or not, too much thinking can cause a lot of mental stress. All right. Because you get to thinking about good things. You get to thinking about bad things. You're just thinking. All right. You wondering about what's going on back at home. You're thinking. All right. Then it gets depressing. They start getting depressed and they start eating. All right. Unless you've been out there on the road, you don't see the options at some of these travel plazas. Ain't no healthy options. All right. So it's just a lot that comes with being an OTR driver over the road. So just something simple as calling them every day, checking in on them. Man, hey, how you doing, man? You good? Everything good? You need anything from me? Man, how's your family doing? How's your wife doing? How the kids doing? Everything good? Building that rapport, building that relationship. It lets your drivers know. And this is final mile, middle mile, whatever. It doesn't matter. Build that rapport. It keeps them high. I'm telling you, it goes a long way. You'll have a driver that may get presented an opportunity that may be paying just a little bit more, right? But if you build that solid rapport and that relationship with you, believe it or not, that driver will stay with you for less money, and you'll never know that an opportunity got presented to him for more money. But because you treat them fair and you built a solid rapport with this person and the morale is good, they'll stick with you. They'll stick with you. I'm telling you. Pay is one thing. Like, I pay my guys exceptionally well, especially now, because it's hard to find people. I'm willing to take less money, a whole lot less money. And I've been taking a whole lot less, not because one, I've scaled down tremendously, obviously due to pandemic and scarcity of work. The type of work we do, it's hard and it's just not easy getting that amount of people anymore. And I don't, now that I'm down, I have a peace of mind. I didn't understand the wear and tear on my mental health from operating at the size that I was operating at one point. I didn't know if I was coming or going at times. I was like a robot mentally, managing all these trucks, managing all these people, watching over everything, looking at the cameras when I'm not there. I'm on vacation in Jamaica, and she like, man, we in Jamaica, right? I'm looking at the cameras. I'm looking at the office cameras. I'm looking at the cameras outside. I'm logging into Fleetmatics, looking at the trucks. It becomes stressful. So you want to check in on these guys. You want to build that solid rapport. You want to make sure that they're practicing good health while they're out there. You want to just let them know that you're there for them, and you want to be flexible with them. Things happen. Things happen. That schedule has to be flexible. You can't demand, like, I understand the business is, especially if you OTR, the truck's got to be out there on the road, but you got to come up with a system where you're able to rotate drivers. You got to figure, I can't tell you how to figure out your system because everybody's system is going to be different. I had to, over the years, establish a system that worked for me in my market with the type of people that I hire. You know what I'm saying? Here's a tough market. It's a big city. Cost of living is high, right? Not everybody got multiple things going on here. You got to have multiple things going on here in order just to survive. It may be different in a smaller town. It may be easier for you to find employees in a smaller town. You may not have the resources like here. I can close my eyes and spin in this opportunity. You may have less opportunity, but more people, willing to work because there's less opportunity. If you're the guy that sees the minimal resources, you may have minimal options to make money, right? But you're the person that can navigate, and even though it's a small amount of options you have to get money, you can get to it, right? But you may have a lot of people willing to work because it's not that much work in your town. Me here, man, people hustling, cracking cars, selling drugs, working 2-3 jobs, driving Uber, driving Lyft, doing Instacart. People hustling here. They got to. A 1-bedroom here, $2,300, $2,400, $2,500. So even though it's plenty of work, it's hard to find workers now. So you got to find out what's best for you in your market, and you got to do whatever it takes to keep them drivers in your seat. For instance, I'm gonna give you some tips right here. On days when it's work, but it's minimal work, it's slow. I have a threshold, my guy's gonna get $100 regardless. Even if they come to work in a job, let's say a job, my moving crew, they come to work and the customer cancels that same day, or they get to the move and the crew says, man, look, man, this job ain't right. This lady ain't packed. Bro, she got an infestation issue. We found bed bugs. We not putting this stuff on the truck. All right, because y'all came into work, they gonna get $100. That's my L. But I value their time. They got up out their bed, they drove to the yard, they parked their cars, they got in the trucks, they pre-tripped the trucks. If the truck needed gas, they had to stop at the gas, they drove to the job. So even though the company didn't get paid for the job, I still pay them a minimum of $100 a piece because I value their time. I don't want to be like, yo, man, well, I didn't make money. Nah, I'm a businessman. You got to take losses. You ain't a boss until you take a loss. And I took some hefty losses. So a couple $100 to me ain't nothing. I took losses. Man, I tell you a story. I'm gonna put it in a story because this is a good Christmas story. I took a $11,000 loss in one job. 11 grand. One job. So, that's just a part of the game. But these guys are happy because they know they're going to earn regardless. One thing you can say, they can say whatever they want, but they ain't never can say, man, Mark ain't going to pay them. That's one thing to say. Mark can be an asshole sometimes, but man, he going to pay. He going to pay us our bread. He going to pay. He pay good too. You know what I'm saying? So make sure you take care of your guys. Make sure you're checking on them. Make sure you build that rapport. Make sure you take care of them, especially in today's times. I'm seeing that is a lot of people's issues. You know what I'm saying? Employee retention. And if you build that solid rapport with them, and I'm not saying be their friend, but there's nothing wrong with saying good morning. There's nothing wrong with checking on a person. There's nothing wrong with calling in. There's nothing wrong with asking about their family. There's nothing wrong with telling them to, make sure when you get to the truck stop, man, you take a walk. It's nothing with hey, you know what? Here go $50, man. Lunch is on me today. I do it. Man, what's this for? Man, go ahead. It's on me. Lunch. It's on me. I'm telling you, it'll take you a long, long, long way. Drivers are very important, and without the drivers, you have no business. You have no business. So, all right, that's my spiel on that. All right, now starting, growing, and scaling. All right, this is something that, not the starting part. Everybody, I think, has figured that out, but I'm seeing an issue with growing and scaling. One, yes, there's a difference between growing and scaling. All right. I'm seeing like how people spread a lot of hopium and false narratives last year with the box truck thing, because box trucking was on fire last year. Everybody was getting in, and I wasn't around last year. All right. I wasn't on YouTube. I've only been on YouTube since April, but when I get time, I go back and look at some of the last year's videos, people that were, the go-to people, I guess. A lot of those people were new in the game themselves. A lot of people took advice from them, and now a lot of people are in the jam now. All right. One of the false things that a lot of people think is the more trucks I get, the more trucks I got, the more money I make. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But if you've never been in this business, you jumping into this business, you don't know how to profit from one truck. How you think you're going to profit from two? How you think you're going to profit from three? All right. Because guess what? It's a learning curve there. It's a learning curve in every business. Only a few can get in and start making money. And that's all based on timing. All right. That's all based on timing. Yes, people got in last year and they made money, but a lot of people don't understand micro and macroeconomics either. A lot of people might know it exists, but we're too, not distraught. They were too caught up with everything else that was going on with all the money and things like that. They didn't take time to really research what they were getting into. People got hit with this money. They wanted to become entrepreneurs. They wanted to start that, and boom, this is something that was on fire. It was everywhere. They just did it. No research. All right. And the people that got into the game and just got in with multiple trucks, now, those losses are multiplied times how many trucks you jump in the game with. It's people that can't make money that's trying to figure out one truck. And that's common. So if you jump into the game with multiple trucks, then you're just amplifying your losses times however many trucks you got. You got to be able to master one truck first before you can master that one truck, grow, then scale if that's what you choose to do. So let's talk about this real quick, and then we're going to get into the Q&A. I put together a slideshow. It's not like all pretty and fancy and nothing like that, but it's just something for you guys to get the point. Let me see here. Let me pull it up. 1 second, y'all. I apologize. Let me remove this. Let me do this. So this is really like a webinar tonight. Give you guys a free webinar. Let's see here. All right, bet y'all can see me. Y'all can see it rather. All right, bet. All right. So starting, growing, and scaling your box truck business. All right. Let me pull this over here. Let's kill this too. Let's kill that. And then let me pull this up. All right. All right. So for everybody that started your business, for those that haven't started your business, few steps. They can be easy. Some people make it hard. They're kind of easy. Some people just make it hard. So first things, establish your business plan, create a business plan. Just don't run to your Secretary of State and get your LLC or corporation, however you want to do it. Me, I do corporation, I do S corp. But first, establish your plan. Create a plan. Figure out what you want to do. You want to do middle mile? You don't want to do final mile? What do you want to do? Figure it out, all right, before you go to the next stop, which is legally establishing your business, going on the Secretary of State website, whatever your state is, paying for your LLC or your corporation, all right? It's up to you, however you want to do it. Me personally, I do S corp, all right? I do S corp for a reason. A lot of people go LLC, but I'm letting you guys know LLC is not the only structure of business. That was another thing going around last year. Oh, I'm gonna get my LLC. At one point, I'm like, damn, do people only think that's the only way to structure a business, LLC? I go S corp, all right, because Mark ain't got nothing to do with. Mark is an individual. Mark works for the company. I'm just the highest paid employee. I'm the president. I'm not even the CEO. I'm the president. And that comes into play, like if you go back a month or so ago, like in situations where you get sued. Mark wasn't tied to that lawsuit. My company was on the lawsuit. My driver was on the lawsuit, and the other party that was in the accident. Mark personally couldn't tie Mark into that lawsuit. All right, because Mark is just an employee for the company. S corp corporation has shares. I'm the president. I have nothing to do with that. I get a paycheck. But I'm operating on a different scale. So that goes back to establishing your business plan. If you know you plan on scaling and having multiple trucks, you got trucks all over the place, you got people out there running out there all across the country working, you have to, like I always say, and people say, well, you got to think positive. Look, it's business. All right. I think positive. Like my mom always told me, you hope and pray for the best, but you still prepare for the worst. All right. You got people working with you and you scaling up 10, 12, 13, 14, 15 trucks. You want to indemnify yourself from any and all liability as much as possible. All right. Because it's just like somebody told me in one of my lawsuits. Look, this is America. Somebody can sue you for anything at any time. They don't have to have a reason. All right. Let alone you give them a reason, a driver get into an accident or something like that. All right. So legally establish your business, LLC, corporation, whatever you feel like is the best for you. All right. Obtain your licenses, your DOT, your MC, get your BOC3, all that stuff that you guys can look up. I'm not going to break all that stuff down because it's plenty of places where you can find it. If not, I got a course for $24 that $24.95 that'll break that down for you. All right. Rent or buy your equipment. So then you need to determine, and you're going to determine that once you establish your business plan, if you're going to start out renting or buying. Me personally, I I think starting out running is okay. If you got the money and you in it for the long haul, this is what you really want to do, and you got the money, then yeah, sure, go ahead and buy it. But if resources are limited as far as capital, it's okay to come into the game with renting a truck as long as you have a plan, a short-term plan to transition out of it. With the money that you'll be making in the right economy, it's very possible to transition out of a rental truck um, into your own truck within 6 months to a year. All right. Insurance. I suggest getting with an insurance broker. I know the first thing people do is they go right to the Google and Google commercial insurance. And guess what? The first thing comes up: Progressive. And the Progressive makes it very simple. You go on the website, you put everything in yourself, they give you a quote, you pay it, you print out your information. Okay, with that level of ease and the status and the level that they're on, they're the most expensive. All right. Do a little more research. I suggest getting a commercial insurance broker in your state, because most of these guys are state licensed. All right. So I can't refer anyone to mine unless you're in the state of Illinois. So find your commercial insurance broker, and that commercial insurance broker will be able to shop your company on the market. When I mean shop your company on the market, he's going to send your company, your LLC, your corporation out to a bunch of different commercial insurance companies. He's going to see what comes back, and then he'll start picking and choosing. All right. Me personally, I got 3 different insurance companies. All right. I don't run under the same company for everything. I got one company for my general liability. I got a different company for my commercial auto, and I got a different company for my cargo. All right. You find a broker, you find a good broker, he's going to really work for you. The broker gets paid from the insurance company. Broker don't cost you nothing. The insurance company pays the broker out of your insurance rate. He gets his cut out of you residually paying your rate. All right. So they're paying him out of what you pay the insurance company. He's just doing the work for you. And another good thing why I suggest you get a broker, not only because he's working for you every year when you're up for renewal, making sure you got the best rate. If you're running final mile like we do, especially when you're in a big city like Chicago, New York, places like that, you're gonna have to constantly add property management buildings as additionally insured. Certain buildings you can't go into unless you add them as additionally insured. Like downtown Chicago, pretty much damn near every building, unless it's a building where it's union only, all right, they're gonna want the property manager's gonna want, like going into like the Trump here, a lot of these fancy rich buildings with multi-million dollar condos. No, you can't come in here. No, we have to be added. We want First National Leasing Company, all the associates, the management company, the board members, everybody. They're going to send you an example, and you're going to forward that to your broker, and he's going to forward it to the insurance company. Insurance company is going to look at it. They're going to add whatever that verbiage is to your COI. Your COI is your certificate of insurance. They're going to add that. They're going to send it back to the broker, and then the broker is going to send it back to you. That's going to indemnify that building if anything happens. All right. If anything happens, you delivering a refrigerator or a couch, somebody slips and falls. Hey, you slipped, you can't sue us because we made you add us to your policy as additional insured. Most of the times it doesn't going to cost you anything. Sometimes there's a fee associated depending on how much verbiage is requested and how much, clerical work they got to do as far as typing that in. It's a box when you request a certificate. Maybe I'll show it on a live stream. Well, I could show us, I got samples, but it's going to have a lot of my companies. I got to get a sample. I got some samples in my computer. I'll pull up on another live stream, but it's going to be a box at the bottom. It's going to say additional comments, and that's when they'll put all the additional short information. All right. So that's where another way your broker comes in handy, because you just send them that, and he deals with that back and forth. All right, with the insurance company. And like I said, if you're running final mile, you're entering into a lot of buildings, you're going to get those requests quite often. And also, if you do any damage to the building, a lot of these buildings, especially like LA, New York, Chicago, maybe Houston, a lot of these fancy high rises, these fancy condominium buildings, they're going to do a walkthrough. If a thread on the carpet is up, they're going to say you did it. If they don't pad the elevator and they see a scratch on the elevator, you did it. They're going to come after you for it. So that's why they want to be on the policy. So that's another good reason to have a commercial insurance um, agent. Let him work for you. You're not paying him. His money is coming out of the insurance company is paying him out of your whatever you paying them. Pick a lane. Now you should have this picked in step one, which is establishing a business plan. All right. Middle mile, final mile. What do you want to do? All right. What do you want to do? And then start trucking. All right. Get out there and get to it. All right. Growing a business. 5 stages. All right. And I'm probably going to do a video on this at a later date. But for right now, you guys are getting this info from me early. All right. So 5 stages. Existence. Simple. Is what it is. The existence, creating it, starting it. Your existence. We're here. ABC Trucking, 123 Trucking, LLC, INC. We establish. We here. We exist. We coming. All right. That's the existence part. Survival. Everybody knows they say a lot of business fail within the first 6 months. A bank ain't going to talk to you unless you've been in the business 2 years. Why? Because most businesses fail within the first year. They're not going to give you a loan. They don't want to talk to you. They don't want to sit down. How long? First thing you go into a bank and say, man, I'm here to inquire about some commercial lending, commercial loan. Well, how long? Well, we can sit you down with a commercial lending representative agent. How long have you been in business? Oh, about 8 months. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Here, let me give you this information packet. And the first thing they'll say, requirements, must be in business 2 years. They're not going to talk to you. 2 years. And even in 2 years, when you go back, 9 times out of 10, they ain't gonna give you no money. Getting a commercial loan for a business now is tough. All right. So surviving the first year, the first 2 years, and just is very critical, all right, because most businesses fail within the first year. So surviving is a critical part of growing success. Once you survive, if you can survive the first year, you're seeing a little success. Why? Because most businesses fail. Prime example, and it's a shame. It's a shame. Don't take me the wrong way. A lot of people that got into the box trucking game have long gone already. It's people failing now. It's people exiting now. Why? Because they got in at a time where, me personally, I would have exercised extreme caution entering last year. But then I have to think, man, Mark, you're a businessman. A lot of people just came up on an infusion of capital and they wanted to become entrepreneurs and they did not do their research. All right. And they got sold dreams. All right. Granted, a lot of people have failed, unfortunately. All right. This is why I'm teaching so that you guys don't do this. So when I'm talking about the economy, it may seem like I'm speaking from a negative perspective, but really I'm not speaking from a negative perspective. I'm kicking facts. It is what it is. You're gonna have seasons in business. You're gonna have ups and downs. All right. It's like I always say, for the people that are new, the shippers, the manufacturers, I don't care what nobody tells you. Who controls the industry? The consumer controls the industry. When the consumers had all the money from stimulus, right? Right. Granted, people got money, people started businesses, but consumers were spending money because they had the money to spend. They had extra money to spend. Right? That's why volume was so high last year. That's why volume carried over into this year. January and February are always the slowest months. These were the highest January and February I've ever seen in my life. Why? Because stimulus was still kicking in. Right? So I lost my train of thought. Where was I? Success. So you got to understand that. Damn, I lost my train of thought. All right, what was I talking about? Give me a second. We talking about last year, stimulus, this year, success. All right, boom. So you got to understand that. Oh fuck, I lost my train of thought. Give me a second, guys. Let me think. Somebody tell me, what was I saying? I got a million things racing through my head right now. Let me open up this chat. Somebody tell me, what was I saying? I went to last year. I lost my train of thought. I'm tripping. Somebody tell me, where did I leave off at? I got a million things going through my head right now. Are you there? Anybody there? Oh, I got it. Never mind. All right. I'm tripping, bro. I had a brain freeze for a second. Let me sip some water, guys, because I just been running off. We was talking about failing. All right, so a lot of people exit the game. All right, so I'm trying to prevent people from exiting the game now. All right, so if you can survive the survival phase, you'll see some type of success. All right, once you get to that success and you meet that success, you got to figure out a way to maintain that success. All right, and then once you figure out a way to maintain that success, you got to figure out a way to increase your profit, increase your profit, increase your profit, increase your profit. All right, and then boom, it's just like I said last week. You're gonna have that. You're gonna have that moment, right? You're gonna have that moment where once you pass the survival phase, once you get to the success phase, you're seeing some levels of success. You're making money. You're doing good. Everything seems to be going right for you. It's gonna happen out of nowhere. It happened for me. I talk about it all the time. 2014 was number 4 for me when I took off. It happened, and it happened January of 2014. Out of the slowest times, I bought 7 trucks in 2014 in a matter of what? I bought the first 6 in 4 months. The first 4 months. That was the takeoff for me. And everybody has it. If you get past those first 3 points, it's inevitable. You're going to hit that number 4. You're going to take off. And it's going to be out of nowhere and it's going to be fast. I'm telling you, it happened for me. All right. Once you hit that takeoff phase, then you're going to get to the resource maturity phase. And I apologize for a few minutes ago. I just lost my train of thought because I'm thinking about what I was going to say next, but I had to go back to last year. And then when it was time for me to come back to this year, I lost my train of thought. But resource maturity, that's basically maintaining. Once you see that level of success, then you have to put things in play to maintain it. Because once you get there, you got to maintain it. You got to maintain it. You got to maintain it. Each time you take a step up, you don't want to take a step back down. So you take those steps up. Like when I had my takeoff phase, I had everything in place for me to go purchase all them trucks. Employment back then wasn't no issue. All right. It wasn't no issue. So this is growing. Growing and scaling are 2 different things. Growing and scaling are 2 different things. So these are the 5 stages of growing. All right. So now let's get into scaling. And then I'm gonna wrap this up, and then we're gonna get into that young Q&A. Commit to grow. All right. Deciding that you want to scale. Not everybody wants to scale. All right. Running a fleet of trucks is not easy. It's not easy. You're managing, not only you managing the trucks, you're managing the people too. All right. You're managing the people. Now, I'm final mile, right? So you figure that's 2-3 guys for each truck. Plus, I got a moving company. So now you figure that's 2 to 6 guys per truck. You know, we send a crew out to go do a 5-6 bedroom house. That's 2 trucks. That's 6 guys. I've had jobs that had 10-12 guys on them. I've done moves that have taken 3-4 days. You know what I'm saying? So when you're scaling, you know, whether you're middle mile, final mile, moving, whatever you're doing with your box trucks, you're not just managing those trucks, you're managing and the trucks and everything that comes along with the trucks. You're also managing the staff as well. And if you get to a point where you have you get to a point where, like me, you got an office, right? Now you got office staff. You got, then later on down the line, I got to the warehouse, you know, warehouse staff. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot of personalities to deal with. So committing to grow. All right. Now, once you commit to grow and you start growing, scaling, I meant to put scale in there, commit to scale. Then you have to build your management. This is not something, depending on how big you want to grow, it's not something you're going to be able to do by yourself. You're going to have to build out a management team. All right. You get to a point like me, after you get to so many trucks, you're going to have to get a fleet manager. You're gonna have to get an operations manager. You're gonna have to get some type of clerical to keep up with paperwork. I called her my assistant. All right. She dealt with the drivers. They turned all the paperwork into her. She processed the paperwork. She did the payroll. All right. Operations manager. All right. That's the person who's dealing with the drivers. All right. Because guess what? You don't want a bunch of drivers bombarding you every day, and helpers, drivers, however what lane you're running. You gotta, once you get to a certain point, you gotta put people in between you. Getting to you should be very hard. You should have people in place for every single thing, so a person don't have to interfere with you, because your focus should be chasing the money, creating opportunities, and keeping opportunities. All right. So once you build that, then you got to build a network. No, Mark, what's a network? I built a management network. At my peak, right? Man, I had to resource outside companies to handle. I had a accounting firm. I'm paying them $250 a month just to do my payroll. No, we did the payroll in-house. See, I don't trust nobody with my account, my money. I learned that from Oprah. All right. So the person who I had, the young lady I had that was dealing with all the paperwork, she was doing the numbers, their payroll. We did the payroll in-house. And then I would submit it to the accounting firm. They would cut the checks. $250 a month for them just to cut checks is steep. But at the end of the day, when it was time to do taxes, that's where all that money came in handy, because they were able to do my corporate taxes, and I had everything so organized that only thing I would just send them was just a simple spreadsheet, and then download the CSV files from my bank, because I made sure that everything for the business was purchased under the business bank account and the business credit cards, and sent them in. And then they handled all my, I didn't even know we did. I knew, but it didn't dawn my mind because I was so busy working. I didn't even realize that we did an M until we did taxes. I didn't even realize it. He said, "Congratulations, you made a little over $1 million." And this is when, in March of 2015, when we were sitting down doing the corporate taxes for 2014. I knew we were averaging about $90,000 a month because I was seeing the statements, but I hadn't done the math because I was too busy running around like a chicken with my head cut off, right? Managing all these people, making sure ain't nobody stealing from me, making sure everything was in order, hiring people, firing people, settling disputes. You got guys lifting furniture all day. It's a lot of testosterone on that truck. People arguing, "Man, don't put me with him no more. I can't work with him." Doing all that stuff. "Man, Mark, man, so-and-so don't want to work. What should I do?" And move them around. Do, all that stuff that you have to, deal with. So I had to build a network. I had to hire an accounting firm to handle the books, right? At least cut the checks, right? I had to outsource my GPSs, because I need to know where all these trucks was at all times. I need to know how fast they were going. I need to know if there was harsh braking. I need to know if they was idling. I need to know everything, because people will try to pull it with you. I wanted to know everything. So paying Fleetmatics for all those trucks, paying for the uses of the equipment, and then paying their service fee. All right, every month, and just things like that. So building a network, outsourcing a lot of things to make our job a little bit easier, but outsourcing that stuff came with expenses. All right. Let me check on you guys, make sure you guys still with me. You guys still with me? I know I'm just running off. All right, quick thing. Give me like a minute. I need to grab some water, but give me like a minute, and I'll be back and finish this presentation, and then we'll get into the Q&A. So give me a minute, y'all.
Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it.
Yeah, I'm back. I had to run to the bathroom. All right. All right, where we leave off at? Where did we leave off at? I think we left off on 4, right? Yeah, we left off on 4. All right. Establishing standard processes. This kind of plays off number 3. Standard processes could be something simple as me building a system, an intranet within the company to manage certain things. Like, not everybody is going to get to, let's say, the level that I got to. Some people don't want to get to that level. You know what I'm saying? So let's say you get to 5 trucks. You may not need to go out and hire office staff and things of that nature. So establishing standard process could be something simple as purchasing a subscription to um um damn QuickBooks. All right, QuickBooks, managing your own or a subscription to like a payroll service provider, or even like when you're doing your contracts, a subscription to like Rocket Lawyer, where you might pay $39 a month, and you have access to a plethora of different contracts in so many fields. Because when you're bringing these drivers on, if I don't know how people pay their people W-2, 1099, but I know I spoke about the non-compete and all these things. Those contracts, different contracts come in handy. So that's like establishing your processes, things of that nature, making sure that you're on top of your game. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot more than just buying the trucks, putting an ad up on Indeed, meeting some guy at Starbucks, interviewing them, and then handing them the keys to your truck. All right. You got to have standard processes and play, because I'm telling you, things will happen. And if you don't have a paper trail, you don't have standard processes in play, you're not going to be able to backtrack nothing. Like, your business got to be Trump tight, because people will play with you. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's market is different. I know my market. I know the type of people that I'm going to hire in my market. I'm in a tough market. All right. I know people going to play with me. I know people going to try me. I know people going to try to count my pockets and worry about what I'm doing and get jealous and things. There's a bunch of things that I have to deal with as an entrepreneur, as a minority entrepreneur, even just dealing with my own people. You know what I'm saying? In this city, handling business. You know what I'm saying? So you got to know how to handle business in your market, but these are still standard practices. Without these things in play, I would have been messed up a few different times, because people will try you. Well, man, Mark, man, y'all messed my pay up. No, we didn't. I had a guy one time, quick story. This guy, street dude, all right, now dude to play with, right? Came to work. I mean, this dude was mad. He called the night before. Man, my check messed up. Swore up and down his check. I'm like, first of all, man, it's late. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I stopped giving my number out to certain people. All right. I said, man, we'll talk about it in the morning, man. If I'm not gonna say her name, if so and so messed up your chat, we'll correct it. We just gonna make it right. I apologize, but man, let's talk about it in the morning. Get to work in the morning. Here this dude come. Street mentality. Not understanding this business. If we messed up, people make mistakes, we're gonna fix it. And this dude got the crust all right here, the stuff in his eye. He one of them type of dudes, if you see, you gonna cross the street. These are the type of guys that like come out the system, right? This is what I got. I know I got to deal with. All right. So he rah, rah, rah. And I'm like, man, let's see. I can't remember the exact numbers, but what I can tell you is, once we look at the check, I'm doing the math to him. Once he's explaining it. Now, he didn't drew a crowd, because guess what? People love to see a show, right? He out there putting on the show. He ain't make it into the office. He putting on a show in the parking lot, right? People want to see a show. I'm the boss. People want to see the boss get done in. Boss ain't gonna get done in. But anyway, long story short, he going off, he running off at the mouth. He doing the math out loud. I work this many hours. I make this much an hour. I'm supposed to make this much. So now people looking like, wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute. You said you make this much? I didn't even have to do the math. Basically, what he was saying was he messed up. He was like, wait a minute, hold on. Damn. You did pay me right. And in my head, I'm like, man, you had all night to think about this since you didn't call. You didn't put this in the calculator and factor it out yourself? Damn, excuse my friend, I fucked up. I lost my job. Yeah, you done lost your job. You done came up to my office. You done put on the spectacle out here, acting like this young lady done miscalculated your pay. You got all these people crowding around because they think you finna haul off and try to go upside the boss head, which that ain't gonna happen. But you got some people that are crazy and they might try to pull it. And you just realize, and so did everybody else, you got paid right. Yeah, so yeah, you lost your job, man. I'm sorry, man. Don't come back, man. That's your last check. Have a good day. All right. So, you know, you got to have systems in play, you know what I'm saying, so that, you know, when things like that, it didn't get to the point, it didn't even make it into the office where we had to break everything down, but you got to have this stuff in place, you know what I'm saying, so that, you know, when things, even with the lawsuits I've had, I had to have a paper trail, you know what I'm saying, I had to have a paper trail, you know what I'm saying, I had the camera system. That's why he went through 5 law firms for the people who didn't watch that video. That's why he had to go through 5 law firms, because every law firm he went to, when they called me to talk, I said, well, you know, the dude came into my office and tried to blackmail me on camera. He said he wanted 2,000. I mean, if y'all want to go to court, I'm just going, my lawyer, he already has the footage, got audio and video. It's up to you. Y'all won't waste y'all time. The man trying to lean on me, man. You see what I'm saying? And he finally had a company that a law firm that pushed it, and still nothing came about it. I think the dude dead now. So like, the point I'm trying to make is you gotta have your I's dotted and your T's crossed. So that's number 4, identifying core competence. All right. A good example of this is, for example, once I got really established into the game and I started going to these final mile logistics companies, I identified my core competence. I identified it as trucks. All right. Trucks. The more trucks I had, I realized that trucks was very important. All right. To these logistics companies. The more trucks you had, the more leverage I had. The more trucks I had, because the first thing I ask you, how many trucks you got? Because they all need trucks. The more the merrier. And if I can provide a bundle of trucks, and I'm just one source to provide a bundle of trucks, that's great. Right? So once I identified my core competence was the trucks, I started getting more trucks. Getting people wasn't no issue. I started buying trucks because that created leverage, right? And then that takes us into step 6, competitive strength. Because I had so many trucks, when we was going into these logistics companies, man, we was the big dogs. At Dynamics, man, I was the big dog in Dynamics at that time. My drivers, man, they don't like us here. None of the ICs, the guys that got one trucks, why? Because Mark got 9 trucks in there running Office Depot, and then I got another 3 in there running IKEA. Man, you know what? This route is too far. It's costing me. I'm not making that much money. I'm gonna have to pull this route. So you know what? Because I got the leverage, and I'm gonna be honest with you, it's business. It's not personal. But my competitive strength was the leverage I had. I could lean on them, and then they would lean on the small IC. Yes, I know it's not good, but this business, all right, it's business. Somebody will do it to me. It's just like when you go into a logistics company now, you come in there with one truck and you running final mile, they're gonna give you the shitty route, because the people that got tenure there, when those good routes come up, when people leave and go to other companies or quit the business, and let's say they have a better route, man, I want that route. And guess what? It goes to the crew that has the most tenure. All right. But now if you got leverage from identifying your core competence, my core competence was trucks. My trucks was my strength in that place, right? Which gave me competitive strength for me to pick and choose. Man, I need city routes for Office Depot, so they gave me city routes. Person missed, they didn't do it like, well, you know, we got to bump you, man, because this got to go to Mark's company. Nah, person miss a day. Let's say they miss a day, IC miss a day, and they didn't show up or they didn't call. Then, man, Mark, you got an extra truck to cover this route. Now it's my route. That was my competitive strength. So in business, when you scaling, you got to understand you have to identify your core competence, and then that's going to take you into your competitive strength. Because look, it's a doggy dog world. When you build those trucks up, that's more money that you spend, there's more bills, there's more people that are dependent on you for work to put food on their table. So I'm not saying you got to be cutthroat, but you got to be aggressive. You got to be aggressive. And when you scale like how I scale, and I'm going into them companies, guess what, man? It's every man for themselves. And I learned that when I talked about the story with my worker with the non compete, but I had to pull the non compete out. My own work, my best driver tried to compete against me. He saw what I was doing and he wanted to duplicate that. He thought he could do what I do. But he made the mistake of doing what I told y'all not to do at the beginning of this presentation, was jumping the game too heavy. He jumped in the game with 4 trucks. And it consumed him. He didn't last 6 months. 6 months later, he back here working for me. Now, how humbling was that? And I'm not sitting up here speaking cocky or arrogant. I'm just telling you, you know what I'm saying? That's what happens when you jump out the water, and you don't go about it the right way. You got to go through these steps. All right. Because if you miss, I just gave y'all 10, 5, this is 11 steps total. So before we get to step 6 of this, it was 10 steps prior to this. I would have had no competitive strength if I wouldn't have went through all those steps. I had to build my core structure, which gave me that strength, the trucks, the manpower, right? So those 2 last things are very important. Identify core competence, and it's going to be different for everybody. With me and my market at that time, it was trucks. If I were to try to do what I did then now, it probably wouldn't be trucks. I probably have to make sure I got the employees before I scale nowadays. Or it might be something else I might have to find as my core competence. You know what I'm saying? But at that particular time, it was trucks. And then that pushed me into step 6, competitive strength. We could lean on anybody. We leaned on the logistics company, and we leaned on the other contractors. Man, Mark, they don't like us in there, man. We getting all the work, but we cleaning up all the mess too. Because when these contractors would sit and get drunk on Sunday nights, right, watching the Bears play, right, and then don't make it to work Monday morning, hey, Mark, you got an extra truck. Mark gonna always have an extra truck because Mark got 2, 3 rental trucks that's just sitting there. Just in case one of my trucks break down, I'm not missing nothing. You got to remember, rental trucks at that time, I get 16 footer for 200, 225 a week. A 26 footer for 450 a week. I don't care. I'm making 90 grand a month. I'm parking them trucks just sitting there, which plays into some of the stuff that I talked about. You gotta know how to operate your business. Everybody ain't gonna be able to you have to understand, but basically what I'm breaking down to you, I'm breaking down the core fundamentals. All right. So if you follow all these steps, you know what I'm saying, when you're starting, growing, and scaling a business, and you start them at the right time, you will see some level of success. Now, timing is everything. It took me 4 years for me to get to this step 4 and growing. It took me 4 years to get to the takeoff. But when I got there, I was gone. Wasn't no catching up. The peers that tried to mimic what I did, I was too far gone. Wasn't no catching me at that point. You know what I'm saying? So timing is everything. Like right now, you know what I'm saying? Last year, right now, it's tricky. We're in a tricky time right now. Like to navigate through what we're going through now, you gotta have strong business skills. Forget trucking. Let's take trucking out the equation. You got to have strong business skills. You got to understand economics. You got to understand economics. All right. If you don't understand economics, it's going to be hard to navigate through this and do what's going on right now in a multitude of different industries. You got to understand consumer behavior. All right. A lot of people don't understand that. And sometimes when I be talking, it might seem like I probably am going over some people's heads, but it's a lot more to this box trucking than just the cost per mile, rate per mile, filling the truck up, load boards, DAT, final mile, middle mile, Amazon Relay. Because a lot of people thought, guy in the game thought Amazon Relay was their ticket. And look how many loads getting canceled now. Because guess what? Amazon is a big, rich company, Mr. Jeff Bezos. But guess what? If consumer behavior changes, then I don't care how much money they got. I don't care how many fulfillment centers they got. I don't care how many millions of square feet those fulfillment centers are. If consumer buying patterns change, consumers stop buying, then guess what? Those big, pretty fulfillment centers is going to be sitting there. Yeah, it's going to be volume because people buying, but it ain't going to be, when volume goes down, guess what? Freight gets canceled. People get laid off. Then you got everybody with all these trucks scrambling for crumbs at small, low rates. That's economics. That's consumer behavior. Has nothing to do with trucking. It gets to trucking later. So when I was preaching all that stuff earlier this year, when I first came on, I got a lot of hate. But I saw my subscribers start shooting up when, damn, he was right. Let me subscribe. This dude know what he talking about. Damn, he was right again. Let me, that dude know what he talking about. Because I understand business. I haven't been there before. I haven't seen it before. It's worse now than it was back in 2008. In 2010 is when people started losing their homes. It takes time for you to get kicked out your crib. 2008 market crash. People didn't start getting kicked out their crib into 2009 all through 2010. That's when I started my business, my moving company. It was busy. People had money. People lost their homes, but still had money to hire moving companies to move them back to their parents' crib or to storage. This was the worst summer I ever had in moving out of 13, 14 summers. I said it last week. I didn't get asked for a loan last year, not nan time. You know how many people done asked me for loans this year? I got hit up for 3 loans just this weekend. It's messed up out here. It's messed up out here, man. I'm telling you. It's messed up. So when I say you're not going to see a peak season from last year, I see other people saying you're going to see it's going to be great like last year. And I'm looking like, how? There's no trillions of dollars of stimulus. People had money. The government gave people money to spend, trillions of dollars. So they spent it. That's why the volume was up. That's why the volume was up in January. That's why the volume was up in February. In January and February, anybody that's been in this industry as long as I have, or at least prior to the pandemic, knows January and February are the slowest months. December, Christmas time, peak season. After Christmas, people party, get drunk. New Year's Day, dead. Few returns. Halfway through the first week of January, second week of January, dead for the rest of the month. February, dead. You know when you start seeing a little bit of uptick? Tax season. February, those people who go get their taxes, pay the money to get their taxes early. That's when you start seeing, well, we see it with the moving and we see it with final mile because people, get that lump sum. Now they got first and last and security deposits. They go sign a new lease and guess what? They go get furniture. I know the game. I've been doing it too long. So when I see other people still selling people dreams, I'm like, man. But I guess people, what Kanye say, it ain't the fact that I'm not right. It's just not right now. So we're going to have to wait and see. But I mean, for anybody that's thinking you're going to see a peak season like last year, man, I don't know. Q&A, man. Q&A. That's my spiel. I hope y'all like the presentation tonight. The starting, growing, and scaling your box truck business. So that was a webinar that, some people probably would have charged $10,000 for y'all to go sit in. And I just broke it down for nothing. All right, so Q&A. Q&A. Dig. All right, let me scroll all the way up to the top, man. We got 54 people in the room. I don't know how many likes we got. I haven't even checked. I don't even be checking. But do me a favor, hit that like button for me. Hit that like button for me. Hit that like button for your boy. Every Tuesday night, Mentors Podcast, 7:30 Central Standard Time. Go ahead and do me a favor, hit that like button for me, and then I'm going to start answering these questions. All right, let's get to it. Let me kill this real quick. Let me stop this. Share screen. All right. Let me scroll all the way up to the top. Finally got a rental. Everything been booked like crazy. $7.50 a week, 19 cents a mile. First 1,000, then 39 cents a mile. Best rate I've seen in months. Oof. I don't know, man. Kevin, if you're still in the room, I don't know. I like everything up to after the first 1,000 miles, 39 cents a mile. 40 cents a mile is very high. And if you're gonna work, that 1,000 miles, you're gonna eat that 1,000 up. If you're gonna work strong and you can find the work, which the work should come up because you should see an uptick with upcoming peak season. If you push 3,500 miles, do the math on 2,500 miles at 40 cents a mile. So, I wish you luck, but me personally, I think that's after that first 1,000 miles, that 40 cents a mile is tough. What's best load board for box trucks? I say Selectus and DAT. VNC Logistics, North Carolina in the building. What's going on? I have Peloton repairs. I'm starting to see it pick up. That's good because Peloton, I think I can't remember the exact percentage, but they took a real deep decline this year. Like their numbers were totally down this year compared to last year, but we obviously know why they were up last year because the gyms were closed. So a lot of people were working out, so they were spending that money. So I expected that decline. But you said you're saying repairs are picking up, not sales. That's the key word that you said, repairs. Because last time I looked, their numbers were still down, and that's just the repairs are probably going to pick up because people have had these things since 2020, 2021 now, so that they've gotten some wear, which is why their warranties are probably kicking in and whatnot, and that's why the repairs are picking up. When the sales pick up, that's what I want to know. What's going on, bro? Emperor Walker, what's going on? Wayne of Virginia, what's going on? The good bros. Mark, what's that number that be under the CDL box trucks, bro? That's all I'm missing. What number that be under the CDL box trucks? You talking about on the truck, on the door, or like the DOTMC number, or you talking about the gross vehicle weight rate? You gotta let me know what you talking about. It's a few numbers. Well, I guess he just answered it. Wayne just answered it for you. P. Diddy, what's going on? I'm on the Penske site now looking. Tenfold, man. I hope you found something at a good, fair rate. What company would you recommend to buy a truck from now? It all depends, man. I would say look around. Don't just, look at one place but always look at Penske, Enterprise. Enterprise is still kind of high. I know Ryder is going to be the highest, but you can go take a glance at them or have them send you a sheet. Penske is always going to be on the lower end and budget. Budget doesn't have a used truck sale website. They auction all their trucks. Tomorrow's Wednesday. I might stream the auction tomorrow. I might. Last time I said I might, people was waiting for me to stream it and they got mad. I might stream the budget auction tomorrow. It depends on if I'm busy or not. But the budget auctions their trucks. So Um, Budget and Penske are the cheapest too if you're gonna go on the commercial fleet route. Other than that, you can go on Commercial Truck Trader. I don't know where you live. You might want to see if you can find a commercial truck dealership in your area, and I just price around right now. It ain't like earlier this year, last year. If you saw something, you had to hop on a flight and hurry up and run because there was a million people because everything was so scarce. It's not like that now. I've been following trucks on the podcast for the past few weeks, and the same trucks are sitting. They're just going down, down, down. They're going to continue to go further down because people are getting out of their trucks. People are losing their trucks, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? People don't have the money to enter the industry anymore. When that infusion of money, people had that money to jump in last year. The economy is down, volume is down. There's no incentive to jump for. I don't want to say there's no incentive to jump in. There's always an incentive to jump in. You can make money, but a lot of people jumped in last year without doing the proper research. They had the money, they wanted to spend it, they didn't hold on to the money, do the research. You know what I'm saying? And that's why a lot of people failed. So I would just look around. I would look around and make sure you have, what I'm saying is you have the time to really do a deep look to find something good for a good price. What company would you recommend? Okay, I answered that one. And you get to write off on your taxes. Okay, pre-penalty. KP in Houston from 815. Where you from, Joliet? Nor? 815, that's like Joliet out that way, right? But when owning a truck, what do you do when it breaks down? You're out of work for a minute. That's my hold up from purchasing. Check this out, Kevin. If you rent a truck right now and it breaks down, you still out of a truck. Why? Because the rental truck companies don't have trucks. That's the whole point. That's the point. It's not like how it was before. You got a rental truck, it breaks down. Oh, no problem, Mr. Kevin. Bring it in. We'll swap you out. Swap you out with what? There's nothing to swap you out with. That's the point. So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't in that situation. But guess what? If you rent a truck, and if you watch the video, I gave you an example. If you rent a truck and you buy a truck and you go 5 months before that truck you buy breaks down, you're already up with 15,000. Let's say the truck costs you $5,000. I mean, the truck costs you $5,000 to repair. You're still up $10,000 on a typical $1,000 a week rental. So if the truck is in the shop for a week, you've already made more, $10,000 more than what the person is renting. You have a cushion to sit out for a week. That's the whole point. Either way you go right now, if the truck breaks down, a rental truck, your truck breaks down, you're sitting. You can call any truck rental place 9 times out of 10, they don't have nothing. So you're going to be sitting, Kevin, regardless. Do customers tip in final mile? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, they tip. Minimum average tip, somewhere between $20 and $50 a stop. I don't really talk about tips because if I talk about the tips and like in this, every market is different, all right? And then everybody is different. Some people got people that provide exceptional service. You go in people's house, some people pay attention to how you treat their home and how you prep their home and pay attention to if you're careful or not. All right. And the reason why I don't talk about tips to kind of boost up the interest in final mile is because people will hold on to that information. Like when I tell people things, I think about things before I say, because people they'll miss the big point that you're trying to make, and then they'll just take out what they want to take out. So they'll take out, well, man, make this plus tips, man. So man, he said we're gonna make about $100, $200 in tips a day. So that means we're gonna make. And then they go jump into it, and they in a market where they don't get them tips. Well, man, Mark, you said. See, I don't want to hear that because tips are something that's accepted, but it's not guaranteed. You can't guarantee a tip. You gonna have days where you make a lot of money till you gonna have days where you make no money. You gonna have days where you just average day in tips. You know what I'm saying? But yes, my guys, about $20 a stop per person average. Some people give 100. Guys that have had people that tipped 1,000. 500. I hear the stories. You know what I'm saying? So yes, you get paid. Tips are very well in Final Mile. Not sure if you spoke on it, but Coop by Ryder is a good rental app. Yeah, I actually did a video on it maybe 2-3 months ago, Kevin. So if you go into my catalog of videos, I did a video on Coop probably back like in July, maybe. Matter of fact, why don't we go take a look? I can tell you the date right now. Let's take a look. What's YouTube? Yeah, I did a video on Coop. Man, when did I do that video? Hold on. Let's see here. We did a video on Coop. We did a video on Coop when? We did a video on Coop. I know I did a video on Coop. Where is it at? There you go, right here. A month ago. Yep, right here. August 5th. So if you want to check it out, I did it a month ago. All right, let me turn that off. All right, yep. So that's that. Next question. Show me that because I'm calling tomorrow. Hey, good bros, you gotta let me know what you want me to show you. I probably was caught up in the presentation, so I wasn't really paying attention to the chat at the time. I think due to most drivers that have their CDL, they go for the semi versus the CDL box. Probably so. So it's probably more of a priority to sell those CDL trucks because, like you said, they go for the semi. So they set those CDL box trucks at that enticing rate to hope to get rid of them. That makes sense. I'll be calling about that Hino tomorrow, man. Good luck on that. I'm pretty sure it's still there. I was searching on Penske. Emperor Walker was good. Just go to the Penske website, and then I always set the filter lowest to highest. Just put in 26 foot box, 26 foot in the search once you get to the website, and then put in your zip code and put in like 250, 500 miles. What's the difference between a CDL box truck and a regular box truck? The maintenance more than a CDL box truck. CDL box truck requires a CDL driver. All right, its gross vehicle weight rate is over 26,001 pounds. All right, so if you don't have a CDL, then you can't drive a CDL box truck. All right, so don't purchase one. All right, when you go to these places, you need to look on the door and see what the GVWR is. If it's over 26,001 pounds, well, let me just make it easy. If it's over 26,000 pounds, don't get it if you don't have a CDL. All right, that's the main thing. Just one is a CDL one and one is a non-CDL. Obviously, the CDL one can haul more weight, and then the braking system is going to be different. Those are the main things, though. You need a CDL. One is a CDL, requires a CDL. The other one doesn't. I watched the video and thought it was fire. Appreciate it, Wayne. I'm assuming you're talking about the one I was dropped today. I appreciate that. I was just saying I missed that one. It's on the playlist, though. Oh, you talking about today's video? Yeah, go take a look at it. Definitely, I got treated like that for 2 years. My husband, that can happen. All right, hit me with them questions, y'all. Hit me with them questions. Uh, heard from my old boss. Good brother said he heard from his old boss rarely. Brother, keep working and blessing the community with jewels. Even with the uncertainty I'm getting in the game, I have the capital, so let's work. Working on my fundability with my biz and authority. Congratulations, Anthony. Yeah, I mean, get into the game as long as you. Here's the thing, guys. When I talk, I'm giving you what the people who were on YouTube last year and earlier this year didn't give you. And that's facts. All right. I think a lot of people preach positivity. They sell this positivity because they like take traits from like what's that, Tony Robbins and all these guys and Ty Lopez. And look, now all that's fine. I'm not being pessimistic about it. I'm giving you the real. You know what I'm saying? And it's not coming from a pessimistic approach. It's listen, if things go well, then great, right? But I'm pretty sure a lot of people would be happy if they were prepared for the uncertainties, all right? Because a lot of people was preaching that, man, you're gonna do this, you're gonna do that. This is the game, logistics, you're gonna make money. Freight ain't going nowhere, trucks ain't going nowhere, and that's true. But guess what? Volume fluctuates. The trucking game ain't going nowhere. That's correct. But see, what a lot of people didn't have the knowledge to tell you, a lot of people don't know business. They just trying to sell you on what they're selling as a course. And I don't know what these courses all these guys are selling. I see them pop up because I'm in the space. I see stuff in my recommended feeds and stuff. So I'm not speaking on people specific. I see things come across me on Instagram, on Facebook, on YouTube. But it's too many people that are failing. If everybody that got into the game last year and everybody that comes to me say they bought this person's course, this person's mentorship, this way, they wouldn't be coming to me trying to help navigate them through what it is, because everybody sold this, man, this is the trucking game. Listen, the trucking game is a tricky game. Yeah, positivity. I preach positivity. You're going to make money. But guess what? You got to know how to navigate it. It's just not going to be smooth sailing like a lot of these guys preached it and promoted it. It's not. It's a tricky game. It's tricky. So, I tell the real, and sometimes the real may seem harsh, but it's facts. It's facts. So yes, I'd say, man, it's the right time to get in the game. Anytime is as long as you, and this is when the market is good, and this is when the market is bad, and this is when the market is moderate. You got to exercise extreme caution in any business you get in any time. You have to go in with a plan. You have to understand business as a whole. Don't just study box truck business, study business. Study business. Because everything that's going on right now with volume being down has nothing to do with trucking. I say this all the time. It has nothing to do with trucking. Nothing. A person that understands business can navigate through this, right? Because it don't got nothing to do with trucking. Like, again, I say it all the time. The shippers, the manufacturers, Amazon, none of these entities control trucking. The consumers control it. Because if the consumers don't buy, volume goes down. And that's why volume is down. Why? Because it's a recession. People don't have no money. Why was everything so high? Why was the volume high last year? Once again, the government infused the economy with trillions of dollars to stimulate the economy for people to do what? Stimulate the economy, spend the money. They spent the money, which increased the volume. But it also rose inflation, which pushed us into a recession. And we just in the beginning stages of the recession. They talking about going up another, 125 basis points? And see, that's another topic. That may fly over some people here. I'm not going to get into the basis points and things of that nature, because then that's going to take us into a whole another lane, and I got to transition and navigate. So, as long as you enter into the game, exercising extreme caution at any level of the game, up, down, moderate, and doing proper research and having a plan, then you'll know how to navigate through this time, through good times, through bad times, through moderate times. I'm trying to start up a business with getting low. Should I start with a cargo van or box truck first? Michael, that's completely up to you. I can tell you this: a cargo van is going to limit you. Now, some people just want to deal with a cargo van. They understand the earning potential of a cargo van, and that's fine with them. All right, once you do the research on the two different industries as far as dealing with cargo vans versus box trucks, and you see the earning potential in a van, if that earning potential is good with you, then I say go for it. It's going to be less than a truck, obviously, because your capacity for hauling is lower, but your cost of entry is also going to be lower because obviously vans are cost less, they're less to insure, and things of that nature. But your earning potential is going to be lower as well. So if you're good with, on a high end $300 a day for running a courier route is good with you, then you know then that's fine. You got to research both lanes and pick which one you feel is going to suit you as a person, whether you're looking to do this just for yourself long term, whether you're looking to scale it in the future. um, there's a lot of pros and cons and variables that play into the part between a cargo van and a box truck. So that's not something I can give you this or that answer. It's all tailored to what you want to do once you do the research and you see the pros and cons in both, and then you make a decision. Question is CDL or non-CDL. Don't want to get stuck in CDL truck and can't scale properly. Would you risk getting CDL truck for less or pay more to ensure ease of scaling and getting drivers non-CDL? I definitely would not get a CDL truck if you don't have a CDL, because what's going to happen is you're going to get a DOT inspection eventually. It's coming. And when they open up the door and they look at your license and then they look at the gross vehicle weight on the truck, they're going to put that truck out of service. They're going to fine you, and it's going to be held to pay the captain. So here's the thing: you're gonna save money just to put yourself out of business. Uh, I don't know. It could happen next week. It could happen the next day. It could happen a year from now. The point that I'm trying to make: eventually, if you don't get pulled over for an infraction by a state trooper going through one of these states, when you get your inspection, they're gonna catch it. When you go through one of these weigh stations and they flag you, they're gonna catch it. Matter of fact, they're gonna know anyway because you got to register the truck. So they're gonna catch it eventually. So no, if you don't have a DOT, I mean not a DOT, if you don't have a CDL, then no, you need to get a non-CDL 26-foot box truck. I know it's enticing. I know the rates right now on these non-CDL box trucks are very enticing. I just showed y'all a 2019 Hino for $45,000. Trust me, it's enticing, but if it's a CDL and you don't have a CDL, then it's not worth it because you're gonna get caught. It's coming. It's gonna happen. All right, do me a favor, guys. Hit that like button. Drop your questions. I started at the top. I'm scrolling down, so just bear with me. If you want to jump the line, you can always. I'm not requesting that. I don't request, but if you want to jump the line, I'm just letting you know you could do a super chat, and then I'll answer your question. Other than that, then I'm just going down the line. So if you want to jump the line, then it's got to be a super chat. Do me a favor, guys. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. It helps the stream out in the algorithm. Hit that like button if you like the presentation earlier on starting, growing, and scaling. If you're just coming into the room, I am going to post this up as always for replay, so you can catch the replay as soon as we end this stream every Tuesday night at 7:30 Central Standard Time. The Mentors Podcast with me, Mark the Mentor. Hit that like button for me, guys. Hit that like button for me. All right, what's up, man? Caught the live late, but I'm replay gang 10-4. I appreciate you coming in. Bro, you don't understand how grateful all this info is. I'm trying to start an NYC, but renting and doubts it's getting. Well, anytime you start a business, you're gonna have fears and doubts. You know what? I can't say that. It all depends on the situations. I stumbled across my business because my back was against the wall. I was 29 years old, lost my job, had a fancy truck, had a big ass note, and didn't have no money coming in. And everybody that follows me, they know my story, so I'm not gonna go through it right now. But that fear I didn't have it because I was just trying to survive. So survival pushed me into something that God had obviously pushed me. He took that job for me because he pushed me in this direction. He had something in store with me, and he's showing me something now with, doing what I'm doing now, educating. My mother was a school teacher for Chicago Public Schools for 34 years. So me educating, just giving this knowledge, putting on presentations like I did earlier, this is in me too. Consulting is something else that I want to do. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't have that fear because I was in a back against the wall situation that pushed me into it. But in normal situations, when you have an idea for a business, yeah, fear, doubt, it's all part. It just comes along with it. But once you get the process started, you know what I'm saying? Once you get that process started, you're gonna find yourself so consumed with getting to the next level, you're not even gonna realize that fear has went away. You're gonna get consumed with trying to build this business. So here's what I'm telling you is, when the time is right, start the process. And I promise you, as soon as you start the process, you're gonna get so consumed with the process, you're not even that fear gonna go away. I'm telling you. You know what I'm saying? That fear gonna go away. Just get started. You know what I'm saying? Get started. And I know I speak, I speak truth. So some of these truths I speak may put people in, but I tell the truth so that you can think. See, I'm not gonna sit up here and tell you, man, the trucking industry ain't going nowhere and just leave it at that. Yeah, the trucking industry ain't going nowhere. But like I said a few minutes ago, volume fluctuates. You can't control an economy. You can't control what the economy does. You can't control the pandemic. You can't control a natural disaster or what may happen. That's going to change consumer behavior and consumer buying patterns. All right. So, there's always going to be money to be made. But right now, we just in a situation where, the strong, and I'm just keeping it funky, the strong going to survive. That's business. The strong are going to survive. And being strong, one of the main things of being strong is being knowledgeable. Being knowledgeable. Because if you're knowledgeable, you're going to survive. You're going to do what it takes. But if you don't know what to do, you're not going to survive. I had a lady a few weeks ago on live stream. I want a new truck. I'm like, well, I don't think you should get a new truck. I think coming into the game with a used truck, I want a new truck. So she want to go out and buy a new truck. You're gonna spend 80, 90,000 on a brand new truck, or 200, or 125,000 on a brand new truck if you can find a truck. All right. And then you dealing with this economy, you're gonna pay that bigger than note. Man, I bought 2 new trucks, and the only reason I bought those trucks was to specifically go over the road. Man, I got 05s in my fleet right now. You gotta remember, I've been in the game a minute. So when I was buying trucks in 13 and 14, my trucks was 8 years old. I still got them. I ain't bought no new trucks. My truck's still making money. The ones that's running. When I say running, not because they broke down, because I just don't have the manpower like before, prior to the pandemic. But they still run. You think I care the fact that old 05 truck's been paid for damn near 10 years. That's what it's about. I don't give a care if it's a 2022, 2023. They don't make none. Because I know one thing, a person paying the 2022, 2023 note, they making a whole lot less money than me. As long as that truck running, that trans looks looking good, and the truck is presentable on the outside, that's all that mattered to me. That's all that mattered to me. I'm not going to put myself in debt in a business that I know that fluctuates. I understand the business. I understand the business. So not to get off topic with his question, I'm just saying, you know what? Fear is going to play a part. But once you start the process is going to consume you. It's going to consume your time because you're going to get your D. All right, I apply for my D. All right, now I got to get my MC number. You doing all the computer stuff and Secretary of State, getting your LLC, your corporation, looking for your BOC3. You ain't scared because you're mentally, you're focused on building, starting a business. The key to curb that fear is to get started. Insurance rates is not renting is 2K average. Yeah, insurance. I'm hearing coming into the game now is high, and we all know the rental rates. I said this week I'm calling it extortion. Mark said the rental truck companies are extorting people. I got two or different companies. I don't know. I have two different insurance companies. Yeah. You can have multiple insurance companies, man. If you got a good insurance, commercial insurance broker, man, man, hey, man, I got Acuity for my general liability, Mercury for commercial auto, and National Fire and Liability for my cargo. 3 different companies. So that's giving me the best rates. Hello, I got a call from a company yesterday. Say a driver qualification file is mandatory for CDL and not CDL. Can you please explain? What company called and told you this? James. And I'm gonna scroll down. What company told you this? Bro, hope we can download this PowerPoint. Appreciate this. I'm gonna see if I can put it in a download format, and then if so, I'll put the link under the description of the video once I post it for the replay. I think that's something I can do. I'm gonna look into that. Blessings. Tremaine, what's going on, man? Shot Town in the building. People going out of business in the first year. Yes, people go out of business in a lot of businesses in the first year. Restaurant business, trucking business. A lot of people don't survive the first year. A lot of people didn't survive their first year in box trucking. It wasn't a normal not survive, in normal circumstances. We know why they didn't survive. They got into a bubble. They bought into the bubble. They bought in very high, right? They bought in and inflated high, unusual inflated high. And then when things came down, which I'm pretty sure everybody heard, what goes up must come down, right? But that's why I go back to survival of the fittest. This is the key right here. This is the key. The knowledge. When you have the knowledge, you're going to survive because you're going to know not to put yourself in a tricky situation like that. A lot of people got sold a dream by unknowledgeable people. A lot of people got sold a dream, or a lot of people didn't do the knowledge, didn't do the research. This is going to get you to survive. This right here. You got to have the knowledge. The knowledge comes with research. The knowledge comes with wisdom. Over time, you're going to gain wisdom, but as you're in the game, you got to stay abreast. And like what I'm telling you, it's more to just searching YouTube or Google for trucking videos. You have to know business. You got to know business. And I always say this, you have to know business. All right. I'm not saying go take a business course. You can go take a business course on YouTube, or you can download a free course, or you can pay. It's $10 business courses, that you can download. I don't even suggest business 101. I got a degree in business. So I'm telling you can just get a micro and macroeconomics course, right? Or research micro and macroeconomics. And 2, keep up with the economy. Watch the news, MSNBC, CNNBC. Keep up with what's going on in the economy. All right. You should be able to forecast so you can know how to maneuver. Man, you know what? It's looking like we're gonna go through this rough thing, whatever, at the end of this year. So let me start putting money to the side because it may get kind of rough. So let me start stashing some money to the side. Anthony Townsend, what's going on? me see. I'm getting to the questions. I'm just scrolling past some of these comments. Curious of the mentorship pricing as well. I'm affordable compared to other rates people have told me they pay. I think the lowest is maybe $99 and the highest is 175, 199 for an hour. I think nothing over 200. I mean, I got a subscription base that's like 150 a month, and they just charge you every month. We meet every month, once a month. We go over. I give you let me know what you're trying to do. I give you a strategy. Then the following month, we go over what the strategy I gave the previous month. If you implemented, what was the outcome? If we got correct anything, we correct it, and then I give you a new strategy going forward to implement the next month. And then once I feel or you feel like you got it, then you just cancel the subscription. Or then the other ones are just the 15-minute, 30-minute, or hour. They range from like $75 or $99 to like 199, 175 for the hour, something like that. Nothing. Like I'm not charging people 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, whatever. And then like my courses, I got one course. It's very simple. How to start a box trucking business. It's $24.95. It's simple. It's something that you really could Google yourself. But if you want it all wrapped up, I got it for you for $24.95. Very affordable, and it's just simple. It just pretty much outlines what I outlined in the first part of that presentation about getting your DOT, your MC, your BOC3, insurance. It just tells you the steps, and then it does like a screen walkthrough of the FMCSA website on the process of where to go, because a lot of people get confused on that website. So the course shows you the website. It clicks on. It's just like a screen share of where to go and what to click and all that stuff. So it's very inexpensive. If you want the shortcuts so you don't have to do the research, then that's what that's for. I'm gonna have some more courses that I'm putting together. Those courses take time, and my time is limited. When I make these videos that I put out, I'm making these videos at 2, 3, 4 in the morning. I'm busy during the day. If you pay attention to my video, you see my eyes are slanted anyway, just naturally. I'm in the video like this. I'm speaking. I'm coherent. I know what I'm saying, but it's like it's late. But I started this thing, so I'm gonna keep it up. You know what I'm saying? So I have to put out content no matter how late it is. And like I'm saying, I shoot those videos at night. If you pay attention, I'm like this. You know what I'm saying? So building those courses, I want to put out more courses for like $19.99 and keep them really, really cheap and inexpensive. Because even with keeping the courses, and this is a good example of business and business strategy, not to get off topic, but you can apply it to like trucking. Like I'm not here to rob anybody. I know the knowledge that I give is good, solid knowledge. There's no sense in me charging people 1,000, 2,000, 3, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7, 8, 9. No, what for? I understand business. Okay, I can put a course together. I'm giving people knowledge, but I look at volume. I'm gonna sell a lot more courses at $19.99 than people are selling at $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. I'm not hard up for the money, but you know what I'm saying? If I'm gonna put a course up there, I'm gonna make it affordable to the people so that the people can obtain the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? And then for the time that was spent and the resources that was spent to build this course and to put it together, here it is at an affordable price. It works for both parties. You know what I'm saying? And as a business person, you know what I'm saying? It just makes more sense. So, but those are the pricings. There's the scope of what the website gives you. So volume is the key too. Like, and we're talking about volume in trucking. You know what I'm saying? Volume determines how much money people gonna make. It determines if people gonna make any money. So sauce season, Chi-Town, Marksville sauce, Chicago in the building. Chicago is in the building. Start of 4. Start of 4 what? Start with 4 trucks? I wouldn't recommend it. Charles Johnson, dude, you are helping me. Appreciate it. SB, great info. All right, guys, Q&A session. Drop those questions for me. Super chats, get your question answered. I guess VIP status or whatever. Hit that like button, hit that like button, hit that like button. It helps the podcast get into the algorithm a little bit better. Gotta have those systems, processes, procedures. Yeah, man, that's very important, man. Once you scale up to a certain point, you gotta have you gotta spend the money on those processes, man. No one else on YouTube is dropping knowledge like this. Only thing they want is for you to buy their course. Yeah, I've been hearing that, you know what I'm saying? And I here's the thing. Courses are good. You can't knock anybody's business. And here, and I'm gonna keep it funky with y'all. Value, and I said this before, value is what a person is willing to pay for something. Consumer sets the value. Just like I say earlier, like consumer control the industry, they can control the trucking market, obviously, because when consumers buy more, volume goes up. When they don't buy, it goes down. Consumers set the value. I said it before with the rental trucks. You know why they can get away with renting these trucks at these rates? Because people are paying these rates. When the pandemic first hit, Penske called me every week. I showed y'all the graph in one of the videos. It was normal. When the pandemic first hit, everything went up. This is over. It's not trucks. Everything went up. Why? Because people were running to the store. The world was about to end, right? Everybody thought the world was in. I am legend. Everybody was running, getting their canned goods. The gun stores, the lines was out the door down the street. Everybody's buying bullets and AR-15s, right? Because the world is ending. I can't get bit on the neck. I'm going to turn into a zombie. That's when all the toilet paper was gone. Somebody in America couldn't wipe their ass because they couldn't find no toilet paper because everybody went out to get it. So the volume went up. Right when the pandemic first hit, right? Boom, right? Boom. Then boom, it went down. And it stayed that way. And when it went back up again, once the stimulus started kicking in, the idle hit, PPPs hit, PUA hit, that child care shit hit, and all the other ones. I heard it was more. I knew people who was getting unemployment in 5 states. Man, they was doing all type of scams, man. Y'all know what I'm talking about, man. Maybe some of y'all don't know. I gotta remember, everybody's from different walks of life, different parts of the country. But I know here people was getting to it for real. People was getting to it. Like I said, 2020, 2021, didn't nobody ask me for no loan. I don't think not one person, hey Mark, man, you got $200-$300 I can borrow until I get no. This weekend I got hit up for 3 loans. This past week, it's Tuesday. I'm talking about this past weekend I got hit up for 3 loans. It's fucked up out here. I'm telling you. All right. And I'm whispering because I don't know, my OG might be watching. Sorry, mom, if you're watching. But it's messed up out here, man. You know what I'm saying? So I don't knock a person's hustle. If a person goes and pays $2,500 or $1,500 or $4,000, whatever these people charge for these courses, that's on. Now I'm looking at this on them, because then you paying for a course with somebody who probably just got into this game last year. So what can they really teach you? They can only teach you from a standpoint of what they've learned thus far. So then when you don't feel like you gained any value from paying all that money, you set the value for it, because I guarantee you what, if people don't buy them, their value gonna go on. Same with the rental trucks. Stop renting the trucks at $1,500 a month, $1,500 a week, $1,800 a week. And guess what? Penske gonna have to do it, because the trucks, they own them. You think when Penske ordered trucks from Freightliner and Hino, you think they paying a note on them? No, they buying them outright. Why? Because they're buying them straight from the manufacturer. The manufacturer is building them specifically for them in their color code. When Amazon gets those vans, you think they buy white vans and take them to a body shop and get them painted that little funny ugly blue? No, they order them from Ram, ProMaster, and ProMasters, the Sprinters, the bread trucks from Freightliner, right? They order them from those manufacturers directly with that color code. They build them in that color code. The only thing they probably doing once they get them from the manufacturer is get them lettered. They ban them outright. They own them. The renters are buying them. They're just getting their money, recouping their money. If you stop paying these high rates, guess what? They're going to lower their rate. When the pandemic first hit, Penske was calling me every day. Mark, you need a truck? Well, I need a truck. We ain't working. I don't know what's going on out here. They talking about non-essential. I don't know if we essential, because remember the first 2 weeks, it was essential, non-essential. We had to determine, man, are we essential, non-essential? Everything, well, I know here everything got shut down. I'm going to shut it down. And we had to determine non-essential, essential. I don't know what non-essential. I never heard this before because we ain't never been through this before. So I shut stuff down. Workers didn't want to work. They scared. They don't want to get bit on the neck and all this stuff that was going on. Then once we determined that we were essential, right, we went back to work. Penske calling me, and I'm like, man, you want me to come? Man, Mark, we'll give you a truck for $400 a week. We're talking about a 26-footer, 10 cents a mile, 2,000 miles. I'm like, what am I going to do with it? This is what I'm telling Penske. Raul Ramirez or whatever. I forget his name. It was an R. He wasn't my normal rep. My normal rep at Penske was gone at that time, and this was, I guess, the rep that took over his accounts. And they were going cold calling because nobody was renting at that time. The point I'm trying to make is when nobody was renting, they were desperate, cold calling people, giving them unbelievably low rates. They were giving them, but there was no work. So guess what? If everybody turns in these extorted rental rates, these extorted rentals, guess what they're going to do? They're going to drop their rates. Because the consumer, the people who rent the trucks at these rates are setting the value on them. And that's just the honest to God truth. Like, I can only have so much sympathy, but then I have to keep it funky. I got to keep it funky. All right. You know, at a certain point, the consumer has to say enough is enough and don't buy. But as long as the consumers keep renting at these rates, you know, so, you know, courses, when you buy courses and you buy into a person's mentorship, you got to really do the research on who you're buying. I like to kick out good information, good knowledge. I try to give you as much information as possible at no cost. And then what we do in my mentorship and my coaching is I do that. I navigate you, because you are going to reach obstacles. You're going to reach obstacles. I didn't have a mentor. I didn't have a coach. YouTube, when I got started in 2010, was only 4 years old. It was very premature. You know what I'm saying? None of this existed on YouTube back then. YouTube back then was just a storage place for your videos. All right. That's how they were promoting it back then. There was no ads and none of that stuff. So I give out a lot of free information. Then I mentorship, I navigate you and set you up. You let me know what you're struggling with, and then we navigate you. Or you say, look, Mark, this is what I want to do. I don't got time for the learning curve. If the money I'm gonna lose in the learning curve, I'd rather just invest that into a mentor, so I don't even have to deal with the mental stress of the learning curve. Just guide me around the learning curve, guide me to success. That's what the mentorship and the coaching is for. All right. My courses are very inexpensive, give you how to start a box truck, the steps. And then I'll do another course like margins. And then I'll explain to you what a margin is, overhead, bottom line, things of that nature, and how to calculate it. And then I'll wrap it up for $19.99, and you can download it. So courses, that's all on you. And I'm sorry about that. But like basically what I'm telling y'all is like the same thing with the rental trucks. Y'all have to be mindful of, you set the value on something. You set the value, How did you deal with employees asking you how they can start their trucking company like you did? They always count your pockets. Well, they never ask you. They just try to do it and steal all your sauce and steal your accounts. That's where the non-compete comes in. Because eventually it's going to happen. You got to understand. And like I say, every market is different. I'm in a tough market. I'm in Chicago. I deal with a lot of hate. I deal with people counting your pockets, jealousy. You know what I'm saying? So it comes with it. You know what I'm saying? So they're not gonna ask you to coach them. They're just gonna do it, and then you find out about it once it's done, and then you got to handle your business. You got to handle your business. That's why I did the non-compete video about a month ago. And see, that's what I'm saying. Like I give all the sauce, but people only watch certain videos. That video, I don't even think that video got 1,000 views. But I got a video about renting a truck that's 12, 13,000 views. So, that goes back to what I say. Success is about information. Information is more to this industry than just renting trucks, buying trucks, cost per mile, Amazon relay, middle mile, DAT load board. A lot of people can survive this economic crunch if they do the research. I said it at the beginning of the video I put out today. I said this video ain't gonna do numbers, but the time that I'm taking, because they let you know that I'm really giving out valuable information. I'm taking the time to make a video that I know is not going to do good, and let's see how many people watch it. I said at the beginning of the video, and this is a way for you to make more money, keeping your drivers happy. That's the sauce right there. Right here is what's going to get people through this economic downturn we're dealing with. The knowledge. So I found out once they did it. And guess what? When you go about things and you do them the wrong way, you don't do the knowledge, you just try to mimic what somebody else did, it's not going to work. You can't mimic what I did, because it took me 4 years to do what I did at that point when these people was trying to do what they was doing to me, right? And they thought, well, man, go get this many trucks, we're going to make $1 million like Mark. Man, we're going to be able to live downtown Chicago. We're going to have the pretty girls and go on all the fancy dinners and drive the big expensive cars and stuff. Man, it took me hard work to get to that point. It didn't happen overnight. So you try to take a shortcut to success, that shortcut you took is going to have a quick failure. That shortcut to success that you take is going to have a quick failure. And it happened to me twice, and both of them, I swear to God, the both times it happened to me, both people ended up working back for me within a year. So I just dealt with it. When it happened to me the first time, I talked to my OG, said, you know what? And for those that don't know, OG is like your old girl. That's a slang term for mom. My OG was like, man, they ain't gonna have no good behind that. They ain't gonna have no good. Just don't let it get to you. Don't let it get to you. Don't let it get to you. And she was right. It didn't even take 6 months. You can't do people wrong. But my business, which goes back to the processes, into the presentation I put on early, the non-compete clause. Once I call Dynamics, it's like, yo, y'all, how y'all just gonna hire my driver that worked for me last week and he's contracting for y'all independently with his trucks this week? Man, we got a non-compete. I got a non-compete with y'all. Y'all can't touch my drivers for a year. Y'all think I'm just some dumb? Nah. Man, how y'all want to handle this? How y'all want to do it? How y'all want to do it? How do y'all want to handle this? And the branch manager of that location was a jerk. We ended up, eventually he got me back. That's how we ended up losing Office Depot, because I didn't let him, we kept it, obviously, because I had to lean on him and let him know I wasn't stupid. And he sent that dude, they let him go, and he came begging me like, man, Mark, I'm trying to put food on my table, man. Listen, I don't know. No, because people will pull it. If you scale in your business and you see success, eventually your drivers, you're going to have at least one. They're going to get to count in your pockets. They're going to start studying your moves. And it's just, it's normal. There's nothing wrong with free enterprise. You just can't go out and branch out on your own and think you're going to steal my accounts. It don't work like that. Because guess what? They always want to exit with other people. All right. And that goes to like the video I was talking about today. You got to keep your drivers happy. If you keep them happy, they ain't gonna be thinking like that. See, that was a learning lesson too, even though I came out of that because my business was right. I pay my people good. You know what happens now when my guys have a business plan? They come to me. Man, Mark, I'm thinking about starting this dump truck business, man. I really don't know business, but I got the money. I had a guy last year when the PPP hit in 2020. He got his little PPP. He came to me like, Mark, would you like to be my partner? I want to start a junk business. I'm gonna go buy the dump truck, and I really don't know business. I worked for you for years. I I I I I really like how you handle business, and I trust you. I don't know business, but I just want to do something on my own. And guess what? I became 50-50 partners with him. That's the way you do business. I don't mind free enterprise. It's just the way you go about it. Now, if you just quit, then you can quit and go somewhere else, but you can't go work for the company that you worked under for me because I got a non-compete. So I just handled it from a business aspect, but then again, you know, I changed over time. You know, once I weeded out all the bad apples, I weeded out all the jealous characters, and I got a team. The pandemic weeded out the rest of them, and the guys that I got now been with me 7, 8 years. They're just solid dudes. They got money. You know what I'm saying? They not destitute. They not none of that. They all solid dudes. So you know, and we have a good rapport. You know, we have a good rapport. So you know, you're gonna deal with that getting into the business. You're gonna have some jealous characters, man. You just gotta know how to maneuver and make sure your business is Trump tight. What's the highest you would pay for a truck at this time? 40 grand for a used truck. I'm not going over 40. Thank you a lot, Mark. King Jackson, appreciate it. Hit that button for me, guys. Hit that like button. If you are getting some type of value in this stream, hit the like button. If you saw the presentation, you thought the presentation was cool, hit the like button. It helps get the this podcast is streaming to the algorithm. I will put it up for replay for those of you that came into the room late that missed the presentation earlier. I will it will be for replay, and it actually has been requested for download. The PowerPoint presentation or whatever. So I'm gonna see if I can put a link in there so people can download it as well. What is a fair rate percentage to pay a driver? I know your market and mine are different. All right, middle mile, I usually go when I do it, which is rare nowadays, a third. I go a third, you know. Final mile, driver somewhere between $250, $300 a route, which is a route per day, right? Helper somewhere between 175, 225. I have some, you know, I got one guy who's like really solid, like he's like top tier. I'm not gonna say what this particular person can make in a day, but that's what I pay in this market. I go a third now when you run a middle mile. Now, if you are in a situation where you're renting a truck and you have more overhead costs, then you may have to go on a per mile basis, right? See, it doesn't cost me a lot to operate my trucks. It doesn't cost me a lot. So if you're spending money on your trucks as far as renting, financing, you may need to go on a basis like per mile. You know what I'm saying? Me, I just cut to the chase and just give them a third. Simple here, you know. Third to the truck, third to the driver, third to the company. Easy. So I'm assuming you're in Virginia. So like I said, depending on what your costs are, would determine how you would pay your drivers. Do these final mile companies train you before they send you out? No, sir. You're on your own. You're on your own. Thank you for the super chat, Ice Cold Crypto Diversified Hustler. So would you get into the biz right now thinking, I didn't even see your super chat. Let me scroll and see if I see any more. Sorry about that. So would you get into the biz right now thinking of selling my food truck? If so, mid or last mile, I have help. My son works with me. Yeah, I get into, like I said earlier. I don't know if you caught that one, but as long as you exercise extreme caution, right, and do your research, I think you can get in right now. I think there's trucks that are available, that are affordable, that are not going to break the bank, and you'll be able to see profit. um I think if you do the right research, you'll know how to navigate, because it's a tough economy right now. You're going to see a little uptick for peak season. You're not going to see what it was last year, and then January and February are going to be dead. January and February are going to be dead. Dead. When I say dead, y'all think now is bad. Wait till January and February to get here. And I'm just letting you know, because you're gonna be like, yeah, Mark told me. So you're gonna be ready for it, because January and February are always dead. You know what I'm saying? Um, so as long as you do the proper research and you know what you're dealing with, and you exercise extreme caution coming in, and you don't come in with so much overhead, you don't get in over your head, I think you'll be fine. You're gonna have to do some work. You're gonna have to do some work. Obviously, middle mile, you're gonna have to hit that road, because local routes, depending on the market, may not may not may not be profitable enough right now. Final mile, there's gonna always be final mile work, especially in the appliance side. Furniture can fluctuate. I don't see a peak in furniture probably until around tax season. But appliances are gonna always be there, because you got people got warranties. Somebody's washer, dryer, refrigerator, stove is always going out. There's warranty replacements, right? There's construct new buildings being built. There's landlords rehabbing apartments. They're buying new appliances. So that's going to always be there, and you can make money there. But the big thing with final mile is claims. Claims will kill you. So if you are not cut out for continuous lifting and obstacles, and just the knowledge of the training of how to maneuver furniture into certain places and things of that nature, then claims can consume you if you just not trained, and just don't have the right equipment, and have the right trained staff, and strong solid people to run final mile. But other than that, yeah, you can go ahead and get in. Just be careful, exercise extreme caution, and do the knowledge. The knowledge is what's going to navigate you through this tricky time that we're in. I appreciate the super chat though. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Ice Cold Crypto, the diversified hustler. Mr. Magnificent, I got a rental, $5.99 a week, good. 13 cents a mile, good. But got to pay for $245 and $182 for physical damage and general liability, and it's cutting into my profit. What are you paying that a week? Mr. Magnificent, I ain't never heard of that. When we was renting trucks, we were paying like $5 and $10 a day. So I'm curious, but your rental rate, your mileage rate is, hey, compared to some of the stuff that I've been seeing, man, if it was a trophy I can get for the best rates that I've seen, you would get it in the past few live streams. But this 245, 182, I don't know nothing about that. Is that a week? Where did you store your trucks before you bought your warehouse? Well, I didn't buy the warehouse. So this is what happened. When I first started the business and I started growing, I had 3 Penske trucks parked on my mom's block. And I parked them on a corner. It was this lady on the corner. She was an asshole. She always complained that she couldn't see out a window. The trucks was blocking the parking, right? So I found a commercial truck parking place about a mile away from the crib, and we started parking there. Now, the guy who owned the place, he also he owned a lot of property. He owned a lot of property, and he managed property for different banks. So he ran his contracting and construction business out of the warehouse there. He owned a warehouse, and he used all this land, and he used the land to create more income. He just rented it to truck people who wanted to park trucks and shit. So we were parking there. I was paying what, $250 a month for 3 Penske trucks. I didn't own these trucks. I just needed somewhere to park them. So then when I started buying trucks, now I got all my trucks parked there. And then what I did, and see, I never told this story, but I guess I can tell it now, and maybe I'll do a story time. I told my story, but I told a general story. I didn't really go broad. So anyway, we were there. I started buying trucks. Next thing I know, I got up to about 10, 12 trucks. No, hold on. I got to, when did I make that? All right, so April of 2014, I was at 6 trucks by April of 2014, right? And then the paperwork was just getting, so basically I come to the yard every day with all the routes, the paperwork, everything I needed. But then would be times I would forget stuff. So then I had to run back home. Now they sitting there waiting. So I'm like, man, I need an office. I'm smart. See, research. Okay, boom. We got this yard. My landlord, he got the warehouse and all the stuff up front. We got the yard. I get an idea. Mobile office trailer. So I go to Pack Van. I say, man, what's the biggest mobile office trailer y'all got? They say 12 by 60. I say, well, how much is it? Man, it was like $150 a month. It's a trailer. It's a 12 by 60 office. It's huge now. It's the biggest one. 12 by 60 is big. So I had the big corner office, the other corner office, which I had to dispatch the operations. So I had the big long desk because it's 12 by 60 now. So it had my secretary who handled all the books, my fleet manager, and the operations manager was on the desk on this side. So it was screens on that wall. They had their chairs all down the wall, screens. The operation man had this whole side of wall. In the middle, I had a big flat screen and a conference table because then where's we held the meetings, and then I had the big corner office in the back. So I got to go back though. So once they told me it was $150 a month and then it was $1,000 for the delivery, I went to my landlord. I said, look, man, I'm getting too big. I got all these trucks. I got a ton of paper. I can't keep running back and forth. I be forgetting stuff. I need an office. How much you gonna charge me to park a mobile office on the lot? It's plenty of space, 7 acres. He told me $250 a month. Okay. Well, we need electricity. He said, I don't care, Mark. Just here, I'll just have one of my guys, have him drop it off. Remember, their construction, they own property, man. So he got electricians, plumbers, everything. He said, just have him drop it here and we'll just tie it into the building so you don't have to pay electricity. And then just give me an extra $50 a month. No, he said extra 25, so I gave him $275. So when they dropped the trailer, he had his electrician tie the trailer in, and then they dug out because they had a bathroom too. He had his plumber. They dug 6 feet into the ground. They ran a pipe. I paid him for that, $1,000 to run the plumbing to the building to the sewage. So we had our bathroom, and that's how I got my first office before we moved into the warehouse. I didn't want to go rent an office. I'm not going to spend $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 a month because I understood the margins are small. So I'm paying $150 for the trailer. I'm paying him $275. I'm paying less than $500 for a big ass office. I'm winning. And see, that's why I'm saying, like, I go cheap because I like to keep more of my money. So I operated, my first office was an office trailer. Go to packvan.com and look up their 12 by 60 office trailer. It's nice though. It's nice. And then once he eventually, like 2 years, 3 years, about 2.5 years later, he ended up foreclosing on the warehouse. I was there. The bank was like, well, we ain't gonna sell this place because the taxes are $60,000, $70,000 a year. Ain't nobody gonna buy this place. You know what I'm saying? He tried to get it reassessed. He couldn't get it reassessed. That's why he stopped paying. So they was like, look, just pay us what you paying him, but we're not going to maintain the property. Just maintain the property. And we know the maintenance of the property is going to be more than what you are paying for rent. So just maintain the property for us. So basically you can be the tenant and the property manager because we're not going to pay to maintain all this land. It's 7 acres. So that's the grass got to get cut. The snow got Chicago. The snow got to get plowed, right? everything to maintaining the building. I had to do it, which is fine. I'm paying, I just pay. So you already know me. I'm not paying no commercial landscaper. I'm gonna get a lawnmower. I'm gonna pay the crackhead down the street to come cut the grass. I'm gonna give him $25, $30, $50. That's how I save money. You know what I'm saying? That's how I save money. You know what I'm saying? So got the warehouse, boom, got the contracts, the warehouse contracts, the middle mile contracts. You know, things will happen. Yeah, obviously, if things happen in the build, I would have to get professional people to come, plumbers and like real companies and stuff. But like the maintenance on the outside, like cleaning up all around the property, cutting the grass, man, I was paying hypes to do all that. I'm not gonna pay Joey's landscaping $400 or $500 to come cut all this grass every week. No, I was paying the hypes to do that. But that's where the trucks went. So that's the story of my skill. So God was in my favor as far as me getting a warehouse. I didn't go seek a warehouse. The warehouse was kind of like I was there. He lost it. The bank said, "Man, we not finna maintain all this property," and I got lucky. I got a rental $5.99 a week. I think I answered this right. Yeah, I did. All right. 815 is the Rockford, Illinois. Do certifications like hazmat or obtaining a TWIC card make a difference in how much you can make in the box truck? Yeah. I don't think I've seen a non-CDL hazmat box truck though. You know what I'm saying? And that's just honest to God truth. But yeah, if you run hazmat, matter of fact, I don't think you need a CDL to run hazmat because that's a specific certification. So you need a CDL to run hazmat. I'm 98% sure. The TWIC, yeah, you know, you gives you more opportunities. But the hazmat, you 98% sure you need a CDL. You can't run a hazmat without that CDL. If you were to start over from the trucking world, how would you do it? Would you start with final mile and then scale up? That's how I did it. I would start the exact way I did it, moving first, because the moving is what made me successful in final mile. Without being because I had a successful moving business, that learning curve of messing up, damaging people's furniture, damaging people's walls, I did all that back in 2010 as a hustler off of Craigslist. Before we got licensed, I made the business professional when I was just hustling off Craigslist. All right. I did all that damage then. So once I got professional with the moving was a professional company, and then we got into final mile. That was the whole purpose of that initial call from Dynamics calling me, because their couriers were damaging stuff because they were used to dealing with packages, and then they get this IKEA account. So transitioning from the moving industry into the trucking industry and final mile was easy for me because all my guys were trained on how to carry and maneuver furniture. We had all the right equipment for it. So my claims were at a very minimal. So I would do it that way. Now, do I think how I got into the game then, the success that I had then, would I be able to enter the game now and have that same success implementing that same strategy? No, it wouldn't work the way it worked then. Now, one, I had people lined up, like opportunities weren't as plentiful as they are. There was no Uber, there was no Lyft, there was no Instacart, there was no Amazon Relay, no Amazon Flex, none of these gig type things. People had to go get traditional jobs. People had to fill out applications and apply and wait and call and did you check my application and all that stuff. So for a felon or somebody that was coming out the jail system or person who's down on their luck, this is a great opportunity for them to make an honest, good living, right? But they would have to do some heavy lifting, which they didn't mind doing anyway because they was lifting concrete half the day in the joint, right? Because this is pretty much if you hire a moving company, 9 times out of 10 is going to be ex-felons or illegal immigrants in most cases. All right, that's the way it is here. You're going to have some illegals. You're going to have the one guy who speaks English, and I'm not, I'm just being honest. And then it's going to be some illegals, or you're going to have some felons. At that time, didn't nobody else want to do this? Was still towards that time where you kind of needed a college degree and credentials and things to get decent paying jobs. Like this is before like a college degree didn't matter. Like it now it don't matter no more. You know what I'm saying? So um employees are hard to come by now. So I probably wouldn't be able to grow at the rate I grew. I'd probably be able to grow probably if I were to do it now, I probably max out honestly, and this is just being honest. Probably two trucks, three trucks, maybe, maybe. You know what I'm saying? Maybe because it's just not a lot of people to go around, and don't nobody want to do this type of work. It's easier. I'm being honest with y'all. I'm in it, and it'd be different if I was speaking from a person who's never done it. I'm telling you, people don't want to do this type of work. It's taxing. It's backbreaking. I'm telling you. I jumped on a truck a month ago to do the job. My back is still hurting from this particular job. This dude had everything he had was heavy. He was on the third floor. Every single thing. And there was no way for me to keep my back straight in certain situations when we was coming around that corner. And I tweaked my back, and my back still messed up, my lower back. And that's the hardest part to recover. That small area of the back, those muscles, it's hard to those muscles, it ain't like the upper part. It's taxing. All right. So it probably be hard to scale because of the lack of employment. People want to do this type of work. And I'm not gonna spend all that type of money on trucks. I was buying trucks for 8 grand, 15 grand. My new trucks cost 30,000. My first office was an office trailer. I'm frugal in business when it comes to because I understand my margins are small. Margins are bigger in final mile. Margins are huge in moving, right? A lot of my money was made in moving, which took me over to the trucking, right? But at the end of the day, I still wanted to keep much of my money. I don't care about the fancy office downtown spending 6,000-7,000. These guys are movers and truckers. Ain't nothing fancy. This ain't open to the public. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think I would be able to see the success that I said seeing then now. And I think that's why a lot of people that jumped into the game last year, early this year at scale failed. One thing, they had a hard time keeping drivers. All right, that was first thing. Then the economy shifted. Right. So you're paying for all these rental trucks, right? And you're not making the money that you made when you entered the game when it was inflated. You're losing amplified times how many trucks you got. And I understand this. So if I were to enter now, I would enter the same way, but I wouldn't plan on scaling up as much and as fast as I did. I would be very cautious. I would hold on to maybe that one crew, maybe 2 crews, and keep them tight and take care of them. And understand that in order for me to make money residually month after month, I got to take care of them, because without them, if I lose one of them, then it's going to be hard to replace them. It was easy to replace a person back then. It was easy to replace a person prior to the pandemic. It was getting harder. Eventually, the gig economy was going to hold precedence over everything, like especially like laborish jobs like moving and final mile delivery, even middle mile. You got guys that get out there on that road and they can't take it. Y'all want me to kick the facts or not? I'm gonna kick the facts. It's people that get out there on that road, and I'm gonna be honest with y'all. It's a guy somewhere in America who's wondering what his girl is doing right now, what his wife is doing, because she's not picking up the phone. And he wants to come home because she's not answering. It's guys that get out there and they get lonely. People that get out there and they get lonely, they can't take it. You know what I'm saying? They just not used to, we call it living like a Viking. That's what we call it. You know what I'm saying? They ain't used to being on the road living out a bag. Because that's what you're doing. You're going from city to city, hotel to hotel. You're living out of a bag. You don't have a sleeper. You're in a box truck. So people can't handle that. It's a lifestyle change, right? So man, keeping people now, even with like middle mile, I'm saying is hard. So you got to take care of those people to keep them people in them seats. That's the hardest thing now. In my moving business, I'm paying guys $50, $60 an hour. I was paying them $15 before the pandemic. Why? Because they're not gonna want to work. Man, Mark, I ain't doing that. Third floor? Mark, I ain't doing no third floor, man. I'm 60 an hour. All right, man. What time you need me to be there? See how that switch up? I got the margin anyway. I'm charging the customer 2.25. So I'm still gonna make about $75 an hour off that, let's say, a particular crew plus the truck fee. It ain't gonna be that 100 and something, but it's still money. It's still money. I think a lot of, and I know it's kind of get off topic, but it kind of coincides with what the question is. I think a lot of people, they just don't. I speak about margins, and I think just a lot of people don't understand. Like, look, the margins are small. The employee is like the employee is the like y'all gotta really understand that, like, the leverage now has gone to the employee. The employee got the leverage now. Cause guess what, Mark? I ain't doing no third floor. You crazy? I'm calling off. I ain't going no third floor unless he paying me. I ain't be going no 3 flights. They moving from a third to a third too. Man, skip that. I'm calling off. I'm finna go drive Uber today. I'm still make my 200. Or I'm gonna go do Instacart. See what I'm saying? See, back then you couldn't do that. I could still pay them back then $10, $12, $11 an hour. Driver making 13, helpers making 10. I got 3 guys on a moving truck. 13, 10, and 10. That's $33 an hour. Back then, I'm charging $110 an hour for a move. Do the math. Times how many trucks doing 3 moves a day? Man, it's a third to a third. Damn, Mark, man, we just did a third to a third yesterday, man. You can't give it to the man. Look, man, the work is work, man. What you want to do? Because if you don't want to work, man, see all them applications I got on my desk? Ain't like that no more. Those opportunities didn't exist. A person can call off today and still go make that money. And guess what? It ain't a stack of applications on the desk either nowadays. See, this is a part of the game that a lot of people don't think about. So, this comes with wisdom and just knowing the industry and just knowing business. So I would do things the same, but I wouldn't have the same mindset of scaling like how I did back then. Is there a reason that no one rents box trucks from Hertz? I noticed they only have 16 footers. They don't do 26 footers. They just started renting box trucks, I believe, last year maybe or earlier this year, and they only go up to a 16 footer. So, and then they're not plentiful. Their core business is equipment rental. So bobcats, backhoes, generators, stuff like that. They don't have an abundance. You might go to a Hertz location, they may only have 1 box truck for the whole location. And then, like I said, they only carry 16 footers. Learn your market. 10-4. Christopher, do y'all see the fuel of diesel is going back up? I'm on the West Coast. 1 month ago it was at $4.92. Now it's at $5.20. Yeah, I noticed it's going back up. I did notice it was going back up, but I mean, that's just something you just get accustomed to, and you just have to adjust. You got to adjust to it. Certain things like fuel, you just got to adjust with. You can't control that. Things that you control is things that you maneuver in business. And that's why you have to be mindful of your overhead and your margins, because you're going to have things like fuel that you just can't control. You can control what you pay a month for a rental truck. You can control what you pay a month when you're financing a truck. So if you jump into an extortion rental, then you can control that. You can turn it back in. You don't have to pay that. But fuel is something that you can't control, and you have to adjust to it. I cut ribbon on money with my first box truck route. Every question along the way, I've referred to your content. I appreciate you dropping them gems. HST Logistics. Jay Thomas, man, I appreciate you. Oh, you watching on Facebook? Oh, yeah, I'm streaming too, live on Instagram, not Instagram, YouTube and Facebook now. I'm not doing TikTok no more. So I don't know how to work it, man. I don't know. So it's Instagram and Facebook. I'm streaming live right now on YouTube and Facebook. So Jay Thomas, I appreciate you, man, checking out the content. I'm glad the content has been able to help you in your path to success in the trucking industry. You looking to sell any of those trucks you got? Nope. I sold some early this year, made some of that money because I knew I wasn't going to scale up, but the rest of them I bought too cheap back then. So I thought about it, and then somebody was like, "Man, you're gonna get mad that you sold some more trucks. Just keep them, man. Just keep them." And I'm saying I don't plan on scaling back up, but you never know. I'm thinking on repurposing some of them. I'm gonna actually, I guess I'll just tell y'all next summer I'm gonna try my hands in a what's that little I'm where the kids jump in and bounce up and down. You blow it up with the generator and they bounce up bouncy houses. I'm gonna repurpose one truck and start a bouncy house business because I see that's very here in the summertime. Like it's just one guy I seen doing it in his one truck, and I'm like, bro, I see this dude every weekend. So I talk to him. I'm like, man, I see you everywhere. He's like, man, it's busy time. I'm like, man, He's he's like, man, I'm booked all the way to this is July when I stopped him and talked to him. He's like, man, I'm booked all the way to September. Every weekend, all the way to September. Man, I started doing the research on Amazon, looked at these bouncy houses, they range from like $500 to $1,700. All different sizes. That's a one-man job. I'm charging about an hour. If I'm seeing this guy every weekend all over the city, then guess what? Must not be too many people doing this. I wonder why. Because man, the trucks ain't plentiful. So guess what? I got trucks. I'm gonna repurpose one truck, see how it goes, and I know it's gonna go good because I know how we gonna build it out. And then once the it picks up and that truck is booked and the Weimar cars still coming in, we're gonna pull one of them other dinosaurs out, send this over to get it ready, boom, repurpose that one. Go buy some more blow up bouncy houses. So I'm not going to sell them because it's plenty of things to do with box trucks. You see what I'm saying? So I don't mind telling y'all, you know what I'm saying? This is where I'm going to repurpose some of my box trucks that's just sitting. I'm going to get into the bouncy house business. And in the summertime, I'm going to make a bag every weekend doing kids' parties. Because guess what? It's only going to require one guy to drive. Here's the route. You're going to drop off these 3 today. Depending on how long they rent it for, we're charging 100, whatever an hour, and you leave. And then if it's a 4-hour, 5-hour, most of the time it's going to be a day. If it's a kiddie party, and just go pick them up tomorrow. Simple. That bouncy house is making residual money every weekend during the week, just renting them out and just setting them up and letting them sit there. And you charge them by the hour, unless they buy it for the day, and then you charge them what $600, $700, $500, whatever. I don't know. And that there you have it. So yeah, that's what I plan on starting one, and I think I'm gonna be able to scale that because I see that gain popularity, and that's why I'm not selling any more trucks. So I just gave y'all a great idea. See, that's old Marky Mark for you, man. I'm just full of ideas, and I'll let y'all know how it go. When I saw him, it sparked the idea. By that time it was July, so we're gonna be ready for next spring. So we're gonna have everything up and running. We're gonna have different options of bouncy houses from small to large, girl themed ones, boy themed ones, to choose from. We're gonna build out the website. We're gonna set up the price structure. I already got the trucks. The bouncy houses don't cost that much. Extension cords don't cost that much, and we're using the customer's electricity for the generator to plug into the wall to keep the thing inflated and get money. Will I be able to watch this live after it's over? Yes. I always save them. So yes, you'll be able to watch it. Mitchell. I got a super chat. Oh, no, it's not a super chat. They just donated $4.99. Mr. Magnificent, appreciate my bad, got booted out. Appreciate that donation. Appreciate that donation. Appreciate that donation. Where we leave off at? All right, Q&A. Hit that like button, guys. Hit that like button if you're enjoying the content, if you're getting your questions answered, if you're learning, if you like the presentation earlier. Do me a favor, hit that like button. It helps get the stream into the algorithm. All right. Yep. Pharaoh's the company. And then your question was hold on, I gotta scroll back up. My bad. I had to remember what. Hold on. You asked about that employee profile, right? Damn, I forgot. Man. Hold on, I think he said that they were a private company, but call on behalf of the FMCSA. It's like a background check. It's like a background check. I never had a request to do them, but it's something similar to a background check. I've never had to do them. I've heard of them, some similar to a background check. I personally never had to do them, so I can't tell you the process. And even the company Pharaoh, I don't even know if that company exists here in my mark. I've never heard of that company. So it's different companies. Like you got regional logistics companies in different markets that got some accounts. So this company might be in a region, it's not in this region. So private company but call on behalf of the FMC. Well, you know what? It might be, but you said the logistics company. Did the logistics company tell you had to do this with your employees, or is this a third party company soliciting you? It might just be a solicitation. You might not need to do it. I got emails from Caden Schlansky. I don't even know who these people are. Fleet Drive 360. Yeah, I don't know. You might want to. So Fleet Drive 360 has a private company that's requesting this information. It sounds just like a background. I talked to whoever your onboarding manager is with that company, and I asked them for further details. I would look into it that way, James. Just getting the box truck game instead of me searching for work on the load boards. How can I get a contract so I can get consistent work? So what you gotta understand is if you got a box truck, it's spot market work, especially with a 26 footer. You just pretty much look at it like doing overages, partials. All right. If you want a contract, you're gonna have to go final mile. You're gonna have to go final mile. Jay Thomas put an angry face. Because Jay Thomas ain't liking the content, but tenfold. It is what it is. But anyway, just get in the box truck game. So yeah, you're gonna have to get into final mile and get you guaranteed work. Final mile and get you guaranteed work. 5, 6, 7 day a week contract. You'll know what you're doing 5, 6, 7 days a week, depending on the contract. But the workload is a little bit different from middle mile. It's a little bit different from middle mile. It's a little bit more physical labor. Middle mile, one box truck, spot market, man. Spot market. So unless you want to do final mile, then you pretty much spot market. You're gonna have to go on load boards, even Amazon Relay, spot market. You're gonna have to hit that load board. The middle mile game is reserved for the big boys. All right. So and it's just like I gave somebody an example a few weeks ago. Just imagine you and your one box truck. Let's say Walmart. You think Walmart's not going to give one person in their 26-foot box truck when they got volume of freight, right? Imagine how many independent single box truck owners they'd have to deal with all across the country, right? So they deal with JB Hunt, they deal with Schneider, they deal with the big boys who have thousands of owner operators, and then they also have thousands of trucks in their fleet, company drivers to service this company on a nationwide level. See, they don't want to cut a million different checks. They rather cut 4 or 5 checks with 4 or 5 of the big boys they got thousands of drivers, thousands of trucks that can handle the volume on a national scale. So when you're dealing with a 26-foot box truck, middle mile, you're just pretty much running partials. Just look at it as like overages, things that couldn't fit on a 53-footer. It's going to be spot market work. If you want a contract, you're going to have to go final mile with a 26-foot box truck. What's this guy hitting? Jay Thomas. Hey, Jay Thomas, if you in the chat, man, why don't you come holler at me and let me know why you mad? Tell him why you mad, son. Unless you hit that angry face by mistake. Truck paid off, cost is low, just pays Uncle Sam, aka Progressive. Have 2 other streams of income. Wayne in Virginia. That's you, then tenfold. That's good. Truck paid off, cost is low. That's good. Progressive always gonna be high. So yeah, I guess you can look at him like Uncle Sam. Who doesn't accept schedule policies? What's good, sir? I was looking into getting using my cargo van. I have a Ford Transit Connect small cargo van. What kind of work you recommend for it? My focus is to do some kind of find out with it. Hey James, I hit you up on Facebook. I created that Facebook page and hit you up. I don't know if I hit the right James up, but I think I hit you up. You're in Ohio, right? I think I did hit you. I'll go look, make sure I hit the right one up. But for what kind of work would you recommend for my folks to do sometime final mile? Van, I would do Staples and Office Depot. So Watco, Laser Ship, corner, yeah, one of those. Whatever company, I think Watco is out in Ohio. You're in Ohio, so I think Watco has Office Depot and Staples out in that market. So I would try to do that. That would be my go-to for a cargo van. Mr. Magnificent, thanks again for that $5 donation. Appreciate it. What make oldest and highest mileage of a 26 footer would you recommend? I think I heard you say don't like international, but been seeing some of the prices compared to Freightliner. Yeah, the international is probably going to be a little bit cheaper than Freightliner. Some people call them internationals. My preference would be a Freightliner first because it's easier for parts. Hino is a good truck, but it's a lot of mechanics don't work on Hinos or Hinos, however you want to pronounce it. So a lot of shops won't work on a Hino. You're gonna 9 times out of 10 have to take a Hino back to Hino. And then if you take it to Hino, you're gonna pay that ticket to get it repaired. So my first option would be a Freightliner. If you can find a good international, then I say, go for it. As long as you're in the market, you got a good solid mechanic that you can get it worked on, and you take a mechanic with you and they give you the thumbs up, then it is what it is. But my first option would be a Freightliner. What do I think about renting a Sprinter van? I think if you got a plan for the Sprinter van, I think it's cool. It's a lot cheaper than renting a truck. Your earning potential is going to be a lot lower. But as long as you got a plan and know what you want to do, then I think it's cool. I think transitioning out of the Sprinter van eventually is probably going to be a little bit easier than transitioning out of truck because of the lower cost entry, the lower entry barrier. But if cargo van work is your thing, then I say, yeah, go for it. Just have a plan to transition out of it so you can maximize your profit. Facts. So if you're willing to put the hustle in, you can get that bag. Yeah, you can get the bag in anything. Sometimes the bag may fluctuate. Like the bag right now ain't the bag it was last year, but this bag that's right now is more. The bag last year was a once in a lifetime bag. But see, you couldn't tell people that earlier this year. If you told people that earlier this year, you're a hater. You didn't know what you were talking about. This is trucking. It ain't going nowhere. No, trucking ain't going nowhere. But this volume gonna go somewhere. But you couldn't tell these people that earlier this year. So yeah, you can hustle. So the money gonna be there. It's just it may fluctuate. This is an industry that's controlled, like I said, by the consumer. The consumer controls the industry. The more they buy, the more volume, the more freight, the better rates, things of that nature. Something happens, volume goes down, people don't have money, going through a recession, you know what I'm saying? Different phase of the recession, volume continues to go down, it's gonna get tight. Yeah, you're gonna make money, just maybe less money, which means you may have to work harder. But the people who set themselves up and good financial situations, who see and know how to play the market and plan the market and things of that nature, and don't drown themselves with all this extensive overhead with high truck rentals or um, new fancy trucks and things of that nature. Those are the people in times like this that are going to struggle. I don't promote bearing yourself with all those expenses because, like I keep telling you, this is a tricky game. It's not consistent. It's not a consistent game. You have to prepare for those rainy days. And when those rainy days come, you want your overhead to be as least as possible so you don't get hit as hard. And yeah. What is the most you will pay for a box truck with 200,000 miles? $40, 40,000. That's the most I'm paying. If I'm on the market right now looking for a box truck, 40,000. And if I'm financing, that's 40,000 plus the financing. So whatever the tax title and doc fees, plus the interest rate on top of that 40. So if I get 40 and after all that, I'm paying 48, 49, 50. Yeah, but my sticker price, sale price, 40,000. That's it. That's all I'm going, because I know what the trucks cost, and they really, I mean, if they keep going down, they could get back to normal. You're looking at 25, 30, 35. The same thing that the CDL trucks going for right now, the non-CDL trucks can go for them. But they feel like um like we said earlier, it's harder to get those non-CDL trucks off because most of the CDL people go for the semi truck, and even though they coming down on the non-CDL trucks, they know a lot of the non-CDL people looking to get into the game are novice and aren't well knowledgeable of the industry like a person that's got a CDL. And that's just the honest to God truth. So they still gonna try to knock you over the head a little bit. They still gonna try to knock you over the head. You know what I'm saying? They feel like, man, we can knock a non-CDL person over the head before a CDL person, because CDL person got a little bit more. There's that barrier there, that barrier to entry, which is a CDL. So they had to go to school for 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks, right? That barrier to entry means a lot. So 40,000, that's max. That's all I'm going. $40. And I ain't looking at 40. I'm trying to find 30, 35. That $18,000 truck I showed earlier, if I'm trying to get into the game, I take my mechanic and he says it's a go, I'm gone. I'm gonna get that $18,000 truck, and I'm gonna take my chances on it, because even still, if I gotta put another 5 into it, I'm still coming out cheaper. If I gotta drop a trans in that boy, I'm still coming out cheaper. That's how I look at it. I know I'm good on the engine. If you say, man, the engine good, then I'm good. I don't really care, because everything else can get fixed. It's gonna cost some money, but shit, I had to rebuild one truck damn near. Second truck I bought, that was the only truck that gave me problems. But guess what? I only paid $79 for the truck, and that truck made money for years. So it wasn't really no big deal. That's how I look at it. I don't a truck, like, you can get it fixed. You know what I'm saying? Because guess what? You can go buy that $50,000, $60,000 truck and still have issues with it. You see what I'm saying? So, had a friend talk about doing a business with the bouncy houses. Yeah, that bouncy house, that's a good business, man. It's a good business. I just got the trucks sitting around. So, I had been thinking, and I already know it's going to be successful. I'm just going to go ahead and implement that on some of the trucks that are sitting next April and go from there. There's plenty of things you can do with a box truck. I thought of that too, Ron Kirk. Don't get off Amazon. Yeah, I was just looking on Amazon, but I'm gonna once like November, December, when I really take a deep dive into it, I'm gonna make sure I find a company that sells good quality bouncy houses. Best company in Cali. I forgot the name, but we'll let you know. I appreciate it. They are heavy for the good ones may need too. I appreciate it. Let me know. You know what's Walmart? That's why I'm getting the truck too. What, the bouncy house? See, everybody talking about doing a bouncy house. With the 6 million people unemployed, how are they making money to pay bills? Everybody's not doing DoorDash or selling dope. Well, they borrowing money. I told you earlier part of this day, I got hit up 3 times this weekend for loans. You know, I mean, not everybody doing DoorDash, but guess what? I know one thing: not everybody getting PUA either. They was getting it last year. A lot of people just got accustomed to getting all that money, that residual money, that PUA, and all those unemployments on top of those stimuluses. You know what I'm saying? So here's the thing. Guess what? 6 million people are unemployed. They sure ain't coming applying for no jobs either. When you go to certain places, they got a sign up. When have you ever been to a place prior to the pandemic? You go into a restaurant or store and it says, "We'll be back in 25 minutes. We'll be back in 20 minutes." Because there's only one person working. Went to the drive-through, they got the inside of the restaurant locked because only one person working. He doing the fries, he flipping the burgers, and he can only operate through the drive-through. He can't let nobody into the lobby. I'm still seeing this because there's no workers. No one wants to work. I don't know why people don't want to work. I don't know why people won't work. They rather sit and collect unemployment or and be unemployed and borrow money and be broke. But guess what? 6 million people unemployed. That contributes to why volume is low too. So not only the economy is messed up, people ain't working. They don't want to work. So guess what? When you're not working, you ain't got no money. You can't go buy nothing, which is lowers the volume even more. So all of it plays parts. No, not everybody's doing DoorDash. Not everybody's doing Uber Eats. But guess what? You got some lazy people out here too. You know, and just I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they're doing. But if I'm telling you that they ain't knocking on my door, and I know a bunch of other people, businesses, Chipotle, not too long went there. Man, we'll be back. Person in the bathroom. They can't even take a. There's just not enough people to keep businesses open if a person gotta go to the bathroom. It's just a different ball game now. Are they required for a one-man team? I don't know. You gotta let me know what you're talking about. The name of the company is Fleet Drive. You gotta let me know because the Q&A is so long. So when you get to the questions, I might forget what the first part of the question was when I get down to it. Sound like a third party. Let me see here. Hey Mark, thanks for the content, bro. I was wondering if you can do a video about how to file for your MC the right way in order for Amazon to accept you. I was told there's a right way and a wrong way. All right, I'm gonna I think my course does it. I'm gonna relook at my course and see if I can simplify it, and then I'll see if I can knock that out soon. Hers does not charge mileage for gold business accounts less than $1,900 a month rental 16 footer. That's that's still high for a 16 footer. 16 footer, 250, $300 a week, easy. Wayne in Virginia, I really want to know what he think. Oh yeah. Oh, so I answered your question. Yeah, about the unemployed. I don't know. I can get deeper into the unemployed, but I don't want to. I can speak. It may, I just don't want to. I just, I can really give you my what I really think, but then it's going to get off the topic of trucking and box trucking. So I'm speaking from a general broad standpoint. Just a lot of people don't want to work. You still got people that just don't want to work. They just want. You got people that living off women. And we can. I see women garbage men or women garbage women now. I see a lot of women doing a lot of things that you didn't see women doing back in the day. So it's just a lot of things have changed now. You know what I'm saying? And if I had the answers to why there's so many people on unemployment, why there are jobs available that people don't want to do them, um, um, I probably be doing something else. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know why people don't want to work. I don't know. I don't know why they don't want to work. It's mind boggling to me. Um, I think the pandemic really made people lazy. I mean, we live in a lazy society anyway right now. And then on top of the fact that Generation Z, they don't want to do like Generation Z is not going to do what the prior generations did. My generation, the boomers, the generation after mine, they don't they're not vocational. They're not a vocational generation. Technology has made them lazy. It has made them rich very young off doing nothing. Like you got YouTubers that are millionaires. You got just for doing stupid shit, like doing backflips off of escalators and weird shit like that. And you got streamers that stream video games, and people sit there and watch somebody else play video games and then super chat them hundreds of dollars. You got people on YouTube like Kevin Samuels, but he's an old G now, so we're not going to use him. Or you got other people that just sit on YouTube and degrade people all day, and people sit there and watch them degrade people, and they give them $200, $300, $400, $500 super chats. So people have found ways. The younger generation has found a way to make money with doing less work, and you can't really knock them. Technology created that for them. All right, so that's why you see, and another issue you're gonna see is diesel mechanic shortage. Period. I talked about this last week. Ain't nobody going to Lincoln Tech and none of these uh mechanic schools. All right, carpentry, plumbers, electricians, HVAC. They're not interested in doing that type of work. You got people out here. I was speaking with a customer last week, and he was pretty much asked the same question you asked. And he was like, everybody wants to be an influencer and a content creator because everybody wants to mimic the success they see of the other content creators, the other influencers, because no one wants to do hard work anymore. Generation Z does not want to do hard work. A lot of these jobs that the boomers are coming out of and retiring from, right? Those jobs have to be replaced by the new generation coming in. And for every 6 boomers that come out, only 2 Generation Z people are replacing those jobs. A big part of that 6 million people is probably younger people. The scamming is at an all-time high, I tell you that. That's another thing. The younger generation, they know how to scam. That technology has really I see young people wearing $1,300 Dior shoes, $1,000 Amiri jeans. And he's 18, 17, 19. I know their parents ain't buying it for them. They not working because it's the middle of the day. I'm in Chicago. I'm looking at the news, the carjackings, the robberies. People are these dudes is robbing people in Amiri jeans and Dior's and Balenciagas. They're sticking people up in this stuff. The younger generation, they just know how to get money without doing work. And that's just the truth. So there you go. What you think about the other companies want to hiring you with a 1099 for delivery service? What other companies want to hiring you with 1099 for delivery service? If they hiring with 1099, you're using your own truck, right? Do you have to offer your employee benefits to make them stay on board? Me, no, not personally. No, I just pay really well. I pay really, really well. Like if I told y'all, I gave y'all a tidbit on what I pay. I pay really, really well. Listen, even when my company grossed $1 million, it didn't make me a millionaire. I saw a very small percentage of that, 20%. So even grossing $1 million, you know, I never netted $1 million, gross, net, two different things. For me to pay myself $200,000 a year with that many trucks, it cost me $800,000 to do it. So the company was making money, but I understand the margins are small. So now, as an older, seasoned person in the industry that's operating at a lower scale, right? My overhead is very, very, very low. My quality of life is very, very comfortable. All right. So and I understand that in order to keep making this money, I got to take care of people in today's times. Luckily for me, I did the right things at the right time. You know what I'm saying? I didn't bury myself in too much debt. You know what I'm saying? So I can afford to pay really, really well and still fare out pretty good because I did what I was supposed to do in a time when the market was really, really good. And that's what I encourage everybody to do. Don't bury yourself into too much overhead, into too much debt. You can navigate through this business at a very low cost. You know what I'm saying? Because like I always say, and I know I'll be beating a dead horse, but I got a lot of new subscribers. Like the margins are very small in this business. They're very, very small. I don't care what other people tell you. I know people say, well, this person, I mean, I don't care. I know the business. Margins are small, very small. All right. You can do a simple research, but I'm telling you from the years of experience that I have, you know what I'm saying? So, I don't offer my guys benefits, but they make so much money they can afford to purchase their own benefits plan. Now I could pay them less and offer them benefits, but I rather pay them more and let them get the benefits on their own. You know what I'm saying? So which final mile contract do you recommend? Been doing heavy lifting with a semi truck company for 22 years. Not trying to go back to all that heavy lifting. I think I remember you saying IKEA. IKEA is light. It's lifting, but that stuff is not heavy. Um, if you want to scale down to a cargo van, you can go Courier Work, um, Office Depot, Staples. Um, if you want to still run a box truck on the lighter end like IKEA, then you can go man, but it's going to require assembly. You can go exercise equipment is heavy, but it's easier than carry them appliances, especially them refrigerators. So um IKEA is pretty much the only contract that I've ever came across that was furniture based that wasn't very taxing on the body. It was actually easy. So Mark, it would be interesting to see expose some of these YouTubers who lie about their middle mile numbers. You know what? This is something that a lot of people want me to do, and I just for one, I don't really watch a lot of these people. I click on some videos every now and again. Um, a lot of people that spread hopium that really don't know the game. They got a lot of loyal followers based on preaching that positivity, and they sell you on just the positive. They don't tell you the true nature of the business. One, because they probably don't know it. I'm not trying to be going back and forth. I see people beefing on YouTube in this space, and I'm not really with that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to be beefing with nobody because I to me it's goofy and it's lame. You know what I'm saying? For one, and where I'm from, we don't do that. You know what I'm saying? To me that's lame. Like we really have real. It's real. Like I've been in real beefs before, So I'm not finna sit up here and go back and forth with nobody on YouTube about who's right and who's wrong. That's goofy. And so me exposing somebody, man, I tell you this, like uh time is gonna tell. A lot of people that, bought into a lot of these fake gurus, uh, they learned the hard way. I'm not here to save the masses. I'm just here to preach the gospel for the people who subscribe to me. You know what I'm saying? So, if people feed into that rhetoric, they just gonna have to learn the hard way. It's up to the person to decide. Even though I'm doing this, when I do the videos, do the podcast, the live stream, it's for free. If you're here listening, look at it as the product is the knowledge that I'm giving you, the consumer, right? If people buy into that, they send the value for that person to keep filling them with bullshit. It's got to come to that they have to come to their senses when they're gonna have to do the math and say, look, this ain't really working out. Something ain't right. This shit you talking ain't adding up. I've checked out a few people, and I have I have a different opinion from a lot of these guys. A lot of these guys are giving it to you from a first-hand basis of actually being on a truck doing the work as a novice. All right. I'm coming from a perspective from 13 years, 14 summers in the business from the aspect of on the truck, off the truck, business, paperwork, lawsuits, contracts, all this. A lot of these guys can't talk like that because they haven't done it. They haven't seen this. They haven't seen it from the scope that I've seen it from. I was in the game through the evolution of Amazon evolving and Final Mile to what they are today. I remember when they first started the Final Mile back in 2013, 2014. Prior to that, they was relying on UPS and FedEx. The reason why they wanted to develop their own infrastructure of vehicles dealing with contractors to handle their freight because UPS and FedEx was kicking their ass on the rates. That's why they don't deal with FedEx no more. FedEx said we weren't going. This was back in 2017. Like, no, you're not going to get. We don't care who you are. We don't care how big you are. You're not going to dictate to us. This is the rate. We're not going to take an L just because you're Amazon and we want our name aligned with you. Fuck you. Excuse my language. But I'm basically saying, I remember this is before DSP, 2010, 2011, when they were just starting to merge from selling books to selling everything. Everything was going through UPS and FedEx. UPS gave in and negotiated to their rate, and then the U.S. postal system. That's why Trump was like, hey, man, I'm going to have to sit down with Jeff Bezos because we only making 15 cents off every delivery. Y'all remember when Trump was kicking that? So, I mean, I know the game. I've been in it for a long time. So, I could expose people. Yeah, I could do more than expose. I can make them really look bad. But man, I don't really care. You know what I'm saying? I really don't care. The people who listen to the people who get sent off, they got to do their own research. And that's what it is. Now, if somebody come for me, and that's a different thing. I'm open up to a debate with anybody. I'm open up to a debate with anybody. We can debate. But like beefing, nah, because that shit gonna turn out to something else. Because I know how I am. I know how I am. One of these motherfuckers gonna do some stupid shit like do a panel or some shit where they're gonna have a bunch of motherfuckers. Then it's gonna be about 10 niggas from Chicago on a flight to come see somebody. And see, I don't want to get like that. So, I just stick to my lane and just keep it professional and mind my business. I'm trying to hire now. I'm having a hard time finding drivers for small deliveries, which takes about 3 to 5 hours. I'm trying to hire now. I'm having a hard time finding drivers for small deliveries, which takes. Oh yeah. So yeah, it's the same thing I'm saying. Like finding drivers is tough right now. It's tough. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, scaling right now is That's my biggest challenge right now is drivers, and I just understand that, times have changed. So you gotta change with the times. I know I had my peak. Everybody had their heyday. And that's another thing I'm gonna talk about eventually too. I'm gonna talk about, your run. You gotta know your run. Nothing lasts forever. You gotta know your run. You gotta be able to read your run. Just like the Bulls of the 90s. They had their run. It wasn't gonna last forever. Right. The Lakers in the 80s, they had their runs. The Celtics had their run. Right. You're gonna have your run. It's trucking companies that had their run. Look how many trucking companies that was running for years. A lot of trucking companies went out of business in 2019, right? So you gotta know when you're like me. I'm not trying to break my neck trying to find drivers. I had my run. I'm cool at the level that I'm at. So like with you trying to have a hard time trying to find drivers. You gotta one look at your market and look at the opportunities in your market, right? Look at the opportunities in your market. Why aren't you attracting drivers? Are you not offering enough pay? What incentives are you offering? Like you have to offer incentives now to attract people. You're in trucking, you may have to offer a sign-on bonus. You may have to increase your pay. Um, you may want to look at some benefits. These are the things that have that you got to put in play now because it's very competitive. It's a very competitive industry now. So in order to, you know, attract people, you gotta compete against everybody else that's offering probably more than you. So I pay $1,000 for my truck, $1,000 for my truck a month, and pay 70,000 for my truck. Was it a good move? You pay $1,000 for your truck, $1,000 for my truck a month, but pay 70,000 for my truck. 70,000 is a lot for a truck. Your note is pretty fair, but I'm assuming if you pay 70,000 for the truck and you pay $1,000 for the month, what you went on what 84 months? You financing what 84 months or what? How far did they stretch it out? Because I know it's more than 60, and I know it's more than 72. If you only paying $1,000 a month, so what 84 or 96 months? I'm curious to know that. That's a lot of money for a very small note. That note is very small in today's times at $70,000. So let me know. All right, any more questions? Any more questions? Tonight was a good session. A lot of answers, a lot of questions got answered. Hope you guys enjoyed that presentation. Hope you guys enjoyed that presentation. I am going to put this up for replay. I'm waiting on Solo to hit me back with that answer. This company want to hire for me for delivery service for auto parts as an independent contractor. What should I look out for? Uh, well, you should make sure one is it's dedicated, right? How many days a week? How are they paying you? Is it per route, per day, per stop? Right? And that's pretty much it. If it's dedicated, how many days and what how they're gonna pay you. 5 days? 5 days a week? Okay, so it's dedicated. How many stops a day? Are they paying you a flat rate per day per route? Are they paying you per stop? Let me know how they paying you. Hit that like button for me if you're in the room. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Give me some good game on other options for box truck. What else can we use them for to make revenue? Man, you can. I told you what I'm going to do with some of my old trucks. I'm doing the bouncy houses. Other than moving, but like I said, moving. This was my worst year for moving in 14 summers. This was my 14th summer. 13 years, 14 summers. So my worst year. This year was worse than the housing market crash. Like I was in business during the housing market crash. 2010 is when a lot of people were moving out, were losing the homes. 2008. It takes 9 months before the bank can legally start the foreclosure process. So a lot of people's foreclosure process didn't start until 2009. And then once they start the process, it takes months after that for the processes to go through before it's finalized, and then the person has to leave the home. So people were leaving the homes in 2010, right? 2010 was busy, hella busy. I mean, like hella busy. So my 2010 was like, and moving was like a lot of people's last year. I came into the game during people losing their homes. I just didn't know it at the time right away. I found out later, right? But the point I'm trying to make is people that went broke and lost their homes still had money to move. This economy, people don't even have money to move. If you look at U-Haul's number, U-Haul is up $1 billion last quarter from last year. $1 billion last quarter from last year. Just last quarter, they made $1 billion more than they made last quarter at this same time last year, just for the quarter. So that lets you know the reason why moving was slow is, one, people are broke, so they're moving themselves. All right, people that normally would not move themselves are moving themselves. People hate moving. I get it. Some people just not gonna pay movers. They're just not gonna pay. Moving is very expensive. I know. I made a lot of money in moving over the years. Moving pays way more than final mile. It pays way more than middle mile. By far. By far. All right. But you just got some people that just not gonna move themselves. They're gonna budget to pay for movers. They moved themselves this year. So this was worse. This economy was worse than the housing market kind. And that, for me, being in the business, seeing it. And I'm not the only one saying this. I'm saying it from a person who was in business then. I've spoken to older people. I've had older customers, repeat customers that are older, that know me from over the years, that, from my early days, that still do business with me. And they said, Mark, this is the worst I've seen the economy in my 70, 72, 73, 74 years of living. This is the worst I've seen it through all the recessions I've lived through. So the two known, I'm 42, the two notable ones that I lived through is the one we're in now and the housing market crash. The ones before, they really didn't affect me. You know what I'm saying? They didn't affect me as an adult. You know what I'm saying? The one with George Bush, it didn't affect me. I was still living at home with my mom. You know what I'm saying? So I got that $700 stimulus though, because I was working. I had a little job, but it didn't affect me. So there's plenty of things you can do other than middle mile, final mile. Moving company, if you can get a good solid crew, start with one truck. It's just like final mile, just harder, but you're gonna make a lot more money than final mile. We talked about the bouncy houses, pallets. You can do pallets. That's a game that is kind of monopolized. But if you can break through, what else? Junk removal. I don't recommend trucks for junk removal, but some people start with a truck. You just got to do more labor when you get to the junkyard. You got to toss the stuff off the back of the truck. I would recommend, when we started in 2020, we got a dump trailer. We got a 7x14 dump trailer, a PJ trailer. And here's the thing: before inflation hit, we got that trailer in November of 2020. That trailer was $9,999. You know how much that trailer costs now, brand new? We got a 2021 PJ 7x14 trailer in November 2020 for $9,999. He paid it out. $10,000 cash, paid it out. That trailer is about $17,000 now. Yep. So, you know, that's another good lane you can do. Junk removal. It's a messy business, but that pays really well. It pays more than final mile, pays more than middle mile because you can go do a basement clean out in a day and make, depending on the how many trips you got to take and how much stuff they got, $2,000. You know, the last one the dump trailer did was a basement clean out. It was 2 trips. No, it was 1 trip. Charged them $750, and that was a 5-hour job. It's just a dirty job. So you build it up, and that's just not cleaning out basements. You got to clean out garages, hauling away dirt, hauling away debris outside, like say constructions. You got demo work, people doing demos in their house, kitchen, basement demos. We did basement demos, things of that nature. That's quick, easy work. You ain't got to really worry about no claims. You just going in a place tearing some shit up. You got your crowbars, your sledgehammers. You getting paid to tear some stuff up and throw it in the dump, and then you go to the dump, hit the button, the thing goes up, zoop, drops the stuff, slides out. That's it. You do it with a box truck. You just gotta get on the box truck and push that stuff off. Um, but yeah, those are some good businesses to start, other than middle mile, final mile, the box truck. So yeah, 300 a day, 6 hours. I say that's about equivalent to doing Office Depot or Staples. So I think that's good pay. If you're on the truck doing the work, then that's good money. I think that's fair. I think that's fair, Chris. Have you ever did business with Pace Logistics? No, I have not. I have not done business with Pace Logistics. I know we was talking about bouncy houses, but I do want to mix it up with other adventures. Yeah, so once I do the bouncy house thing, I'm gonna see how that works. And then if I find other lanes of revenue, other lanes to implement with some of these box trucks that are not being used, then I'm open to other things as well. Um, T-Force offered me a Office Depot route paying $1.70 a piece, an average 125, 250 pieces a day, 5 days a week. What you think about that? When I was doing T-Force is Dynamics. They just changed their name to T-Force. I was doing a guarantee of $300 a day per truck. All right. They were offering the ICs $1 a piece at that time. So the thing is those pieces are going to fluctuate. And that's the reason why I wanted a guarantee, because, I'm sending them 9 trucks. I got to pay the driver. I got to cover the cost of the fuel, right? Trucks are paid for at this time. I understand that volume fluctuated. So on a 50-piece day, which there were 50-piece days, I got to pay the driver still $100. I'm still probably costing me $50 in fuel to drive way out there to that where they located, and then to the route to go drop those 50 pieces off, those different stops. So I'm at a loss at $1 per piece, right? No, I need a guarantee. I had to leverage because I had the truck, so they gave me the guarantee. They'll tell you the average, but here's the thing: those averages fluctuate. They can't guarantee you. They'll tell you that, but I'm telling you, I ran Dynamics Office Depot here in the city of Chicago, the third largest city in the country, and there were days where volume was low. There were days where, 3 trucks might come back. What y'all doing back here so early? It's only 9 o'clock, man. They ain't had nothing on the dock. This route didn't have nothing today. Or let's say the route, a particular route might have been so small that they didn't want to pay for that route. So what they did was the route that was the next over route closest to it, they might have put those 5 or 10 stops on that route. So now they ain't got to pay. You know what I'm saying? So volume can fluctuate. Volume can fluctuate. I think if the volume is consistent At $1.70 a piece, I think let's see, 25. If you're doing the route yourself, even if you got 125 pieces at $1.70 a piece, you're looking at $212.50. Now you minus your fuel, you know what I'm saying? You may make, I don't know, maybe 180. If you're in a van, maybe $180. Then I still suggest you pay yourself. So if that's good money for you, then good. Let's say if you max out at 250 pieces times $1.70, that's 425. How many days you gonna max out at 250 pieces? You know what I'm saying? But if it's just you, then that fluctuation in volume, I think, I mean, $1.70 piece, they can guarantee you 125 pieces. You kind of want to make $300 a day. So you kind of want to make $300 a day. So you probably gonna need about 100 and let's see, uh, about 175 pieces roughly. About 175 pieces roughly to make $300 a day. I think $300 a day for that route per truck is fair, you know, because that way you can, pay yourself, pay your truck or your van, and then you can bank some money. I know a guy that has a bounce house business, sell add-ons as well, rent out tents, tables, chairs, and coolers. Yeah, I think it's a good business model. Even though it's seasonal, you can make a lot of money, if you have the resources, multitude of trucks. Or, you can do one truck because you're dropping it off, but if you got a few different trucks running and you got the volume, you got the volume of inbound customers and you got the tents, man, I think it's a great business model. It's a great business model. It doesn't require too much overhead because you're renting this equipment out over and over and over and over and over again. You know what I'm saying? You're renting it over and over and over again. And that's the thing. Like, I'm looking at things to work, not even work, but to make money smarter. I've done the trucking thing, and all facets of the industry, and I know it's a lot of ways to make easier money. You know what I'm saying? I'm just a person who's a businessman. Like, you got people out there that just got their truck, they don't mind running their truck, they're content with their truck. Me, I'm running a business. So I understand the challenges that are faced with small business owners now. So I have to transition into um, things that I know is going to be easier for me to hire people, um, and make good money with. Like, and then I just want that peace of mind. I'm at a point now where I want a peace of mind. So I think, like you're saying, like the add-ons, like it's a great business model because you're steady renting this stuff over time, and then you're just looking at one guy, one employee, man. It's simple. You can rent tables and chairs over and over and over and over and over. The cost of entry is minimal. After your first rental, it's paid for. Every time you rent it now, it's profit. Have you experienced claims in your moving business? Yes. I've experienced claims in the moving business. We just pay them outright. It has never been to the extent where I've had to file a claim with my insurance. It's just something we just got paid. And that's just another part of business. Like, people, like, I didn't really speak on it in the earlier part where people scared of maintenance for the truck. Listen, maintenance is just a part of the business. You're gonna have to get your truck maintained. All right. So I understand the business that I'm in is liability driven. Eventually something's gonna happen. Somebody's gonna make a mistake. The people I got now are solid people, 7, 8, 9 year people that are well trained. But guess what? Someday somebody's gonna miss a step. A mistake is gonna happen. They're gonna slip and fall and drop something. All right. And guess what? The customer is gonna be empathetic that they failed. But guess what? What about my TV? you gotta make it right. You know what I'm saying? So I haven't had a claim that was just so astounding where I just couldn't take the hit myself out my pocket. I've then got some walls patched. I done got some door, um some things fixed. I done had some stuff cleaned. I done replaced some things. Nothing major this year. I know last summer I had to buy a lady a new flat screen TV. Um, and she was just, I just got out the way. It was a Walmart right down the street. And I sent the money, sent them down there to go get the TV. They got there. I said, FaceTime when you get there. What type of TV she got? An Element? Oh, that's a Walmart special. So she's not gonna get no Samsung. She got an Element. Go to Walmart. What they got? Westinghouse, Element, and one of the something on the level of an Element. The Walmart. We gave her. Actually, I upgraded her. It was cheaper for me to upgrade. I got a better TV because the TVs were so. It's just so I just got it on out the way. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, claims. I'm in a liability. Both of my businesses are liability driven. Moving and final mile. Like eventually, something's going to get damaged. You believe it or not, people buy bulky furniture and live in one bedroom studio apartments. Like the reason on my back, I had to jump on a truck a month ago, and this back is still hurting me because this guy, you live in a one bedroom apartment, and everything you got should be in a mansion. Like you don't even have room. Why do you got an armoire in this 800 square foot apartment? Just get a chest. It's people's preferences, but man, everything he had was heavy, and it probably was hand me down furniture from his parents. It looked like it came out of a house. You see what I'm saying? So things like that. You coming off a third floor with this big, huge furniture, you know what I'm saying? And each landing, you got to make a turn and it's tight. You're going to nick a wall sometimes. It's like squeezing a watermelon into something the size of a lemon. Sometimes it's just inevitable, and some customers understand it. I know it's tight. If you scratch the wall, don't worry about it. We'll patch and paint. I'm not going to hold you guys liable. Sometimes some people tell you that and still hold you liable. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I'm smart enough to know like all my crews they got patch, they got putty a putty knife, they just patch it right there, and then 9 times out of 10 the customer ain't gonna have to paint. So man, you gotta get the paint. We just fixed the wall. Floors is my biggest fear because with a floor, um when they call a person for the estimate, the floor people always say we got to do the whole floor. If we just fix this one part, it's not going to look right. It's going to look newer than the rest of the floor. You're going to be able to notice it. We got to do the whole floor. Next thing you know, they talking about $4, $5, $6,000, $3,000. I'm not paying for no whole floor, so we got to fight it out. And luckily for me, it hasn't been to the point where the floor damage that I had in 13, 14 years have been to a point where it just went legal. I've been able to give some type of cash incentive to make it go away. Some people I had to fight harder than others, but floors is my biggest uh, um, challenge. Walls, I don't care about walls. You can patch and paint them all day, So, yeah, a lot of claims. Yeah, claims gonna happen. Liability driven, totally different from middle mile. Worst thing you gotta worry about middle mile is if you don't secure the load in the back of the truck and it tips over and you damage something. But when you got crews coming in with $2,000 and $3,000 or $4,000 refrigerators doing final mile delivery, Samsung wash tower that's $3,000, or some of these other appliances I can name you probably won't know. I just know them because I'm in this industry. You got to worry about not damaging the appliance, not damaging the furniture, and then not damaging the property, and it may be a tight squeeze. So it happens. Um, would you advise renting a truck for the peak season? I'm in New York. Rental company says it's 809 a week plus 19 cents a mile. Waiting on my new truck to come. They said it's next year. Well, 19 cents a mile ain't bad. 809 is a little bit above what I usually recommend. I usually recommend at the highest 650, but 809 compared to some of the rates that people have told me that they're paying, I guess isn't so bad. What I recommend for this peak season, I don't want to tell you yes and I don't want to tell you no, because if you follow me, you know my position on this peak season. I'm calling a normal peak season. I really want to call a less than normal peak season, but I'm gonna play it safe because you got people saying it's gonna be like last year. So, and I'm like I keep saying, I'm 99.9% sure you're not gonna see a peak season from last year, and I just really don't understand why people are telling people they are. But it's to each his own who people want to subscribe to and listen to. But renting a truck, here's the thing, I haven't seen signs of any peak season. Normally you see signs of a peak season already. You might not see them from um your standpoint as middle mile or yet you always don't see that, but I know the lanes to look for that's transitioning into the lanes that you probably run where you're going to see that, and we're not seeing signs of a traditional normal peak season. um so me answering that question saying should you rent a truck, I don't want to tell you yeah and then you're just not profiting. You're not profiting. You know what I'm saying? You're not profiting. There's too much uncertainty in the market right now. But one thing I can tell you, I'm 99.9% sure you're not going to see peak season like last year. I'm 99.999% sure of that. All right. So right now it's just going to be the normal peak season or less than normal peak season. If it's a normal peak season, you can fare out pretty well. You know what I'm saying? I'll tell you that you can fare out pretty well, but it's going to come and go like that. And then you got to understand, because of the market the way it is now, it's slow. People are scrambling. It's just going to be like roaches in the projects when somebody drops some breadcrumbs and you cut the lights off. They're going to all go to it. Everybody going to be scrambling for that stuff. You know what I'm saying? And it's going to come and go like that. It's only going to be 6 weeks. It's only going to be 6 weeks. January and February are going to be dead. Then and there's probably somebody listening like, oh, January and February this year, yeah, but you had trillions of dollars infused into the economy for that purpose, for people to go spend it. That's not normal. So once we get through this peak season, for all the people who came into the game last year that haven't experienced a normal peak season, who thinks that last year's number is just the way it always is, they're in for a rude awakening, man. A very rude awakening. Like those inflated rates and those numbers, no, you're not gonna see that, man. You're not gonna see that. So I can't really say yes or no. I can't say yes. If you get a normal peak season, you'll fare out pretty well. But if we have a slow peak season due to the economy, then I don't know. I don't know. I'm calling a normal peak season, and I'm calling a not last year peak season. So you got to do your own fair judgment and assess the economy the same way I'm assessing it. You got to keep up with the buying patterns. You got to keep up with consumer behavior. I know I haven't seen any what's the hot item? Usually the hot Christmas buy. Usually you start hearing that in September. What's the hot Christmas buy? I don't know, because they're not promoting it, because ain't nobody buying nothing. So I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Just be very careful. Exercise extreme caution if you plan on renting a truck just for peak season. Junk removal don't sound bad. It don't sound bad. It pays good, but it's just a nasty job. I'm new here. I create my own good luck. Welcome to the stream. I create my own luck. I'm in Dallas, Texas, and Enterprise has a 3-month waiting list for a 26-foot box truck with liftgate. I'm about to jeopardize my 90-day waiting period for my authority going active. Yeah, it's a waiting list pretty much everywhere, man. The only thing I can suggest is, if you are getting into the game and you know you're going to stay in the game and you got the credit and you got the funding and you know this is what you're really going to do, if you can do it, I would say buy. You're going to come out way better. You're going to come out. I recommend renting, but if you're in dire need, then you got to do what you got to do. But there is a waiting list everywhere. do you carry some level of protection when entering these people's homes? When you say protection, what do you mean? Yeah. So for moving, they wrap everything, pad everything. Sometimes in some of these high-rise buildings downtown Chicago, the engineers may lay down masonite. They may lay down that plastic sticky stuff. Sometimes we lay down plastic sticky stuff in people's homes. If that's what type of protection you're talking about now, if you're talking about like protection for the company, that's what your insurances cover. Um, that's what your insurances cover. Kids can be risky, but I know you will have a play at your own risk contract to be signed. Yeah, so that's just a part of the research that I've been doing is the waiver agreement. That's my biggest fear, someone getting injured. But you know what, man? I've been in risky businesses for the past, 13 years. Like, if a kid jumps and he breaks his ankle, obviously that's not our fault. That wasn't fault due to the actual equipment. He just landed wrong. Um, do I expect something to happen? Sure. It's business. That's why I always state, I hope and pray for the best, but I prepare for the worst. Eventually, if you stay in business long enough and you have a volume of work, eventually something's going to happen. You just have to be prepared for it. I don't go into business, you know, wondering where I know it's coming. Yeah, eventually some kid's gonna hurt himself. Then it's gonna be children jumping probably unsupervised, and they're gonna land the wrong way, unfortunately. Um, it's probably inevitable. I pray that it doesn't happen. But like I said, if you're doing a volume of uh, jobs like this over time, eventually something's going to happen. And you just gotta make sure you got the right insurances and you're legally covered so that when these things do happen that you can rest assured that you have the right things in place to fight for you. Yeah, horse plan. So the key thing to that is supervision. So yeah, the paperwork is going to be trump tight. The waivers got to be signed, and it's going to be a contract. Like, look, man, this is here, but this requires supervision while children are using it. We're not responsible for any injuries. We're not responsible for any losses. We're not responsible for any fatalities. And it's a shame, but I know that fatality, that word is going to have to be built into that contract, because God forbid a kid jumps and flips and lands on his neck, and it happens. Lawsuits are coming. But I understand this. You know what I'm saying? Somebody be like, well, we just gonna think positive. Yeah, I'm gonna think positive, but I'm also gonna think positive and prepare for the worst, because guess what? It might happen. So appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, with that company, I haven't looked into the insurance with that bouncy house business yet. But I'm gonna look into the insurance uh with that business, and if it requires being bonded, then that's what I'm gonna do. But to be honest, a lot of the guy that I ran to that I inquired with, I know they're just hustling. They're just hustling, and I just, I always run the correct way, because I know what it's like to be sued. I know what it's like to sue. I know how business is, and you just want to have all your ducks in a row, because I rather a person, God forbid, something happens, even though we had this waiver, they sue the business, sue the company, versus the person. You know what I'm saying? So the business can fight, because guess what? Even if we lose, the business can dissolve and we can create a new business and be up and running in a week. And that's just business. That's why I go corporation. I don't do LLCs. I do corporations. I do S corp. I'm an employee. I don't. That no. I just work for the company. Yes, yeah. I'm the largest shareholder, but I'm just, just a humble employee. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we're gonna sue this company. We're gonna sue ABC Jumping Jack Bouncing Houses. Okay, well, shit, it happens. God, and then if we something happens, it becomes something that we can't come from under. Then we'll dissolve that company. That company will dissolve itself and then start a new company. If you are one employee steals a laptop, insurance covers your bonded. Well, I haven't never done bond. I just do license and insured. If someone steals something now, which I've never had that happen, then obviously we would just recover it, um, recover the losses for that customer. Um, when I think of bond, I think more like construction companies, contract companies, things of that nature. Moving, not so much. Final mile, no, not at all. My biggest fear with like moving and final mile is injuries. I don't really care about damages. I care more about injuries. I've had some close calls with injuries in my career with workers and stuff. And my biggest fear has always been someone severely injuring themselves on a move, on a delivery, and 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 suing me in that facet. The guy that sued me with the accident, that wasn't nothing. I had a situation where we were we got a contract with this company. That's another thing I'm gonna talk about too. Someone asked earlier, how do you get once you've been in business so long, you know how to navigate, you know how to target businesses where you can get contracts directly through business. There's a lot of small business, small manufacturing companies out here that are not big enough to deal with a logistics company. So they look for like small, like mom and pop delivery companies to handle their deliveries for them. So I have accounts like that, and those pay really well because there's no middleman. You're dealing with that company direct. And it was this company we do deliveries for, a powder coating company. So we pick up the stuff when customers want the stuff powder coating. We bring it to the powder coating facility. They powder coat, and then when it's done, week 2, 3, 4 weeks later, we deliver it back. We get paid both ways for the pickup and the drop off. So it's a repeated, get paid twice off the same customer. We get routes. So boom, it was this guy, the rehabber that was rehabbing this place, and they still had the old fashioned radiators. So they wanted them powder coat, and they took the radiators out. My guys went. Now these radiators are heavy. Now they're rehabbing the house. The house was kind of old. The stairs were faulty. So the weight of the crew, the two guys coming down the stairs with the radiator, plus the weight of the radiator, one of the guys went through the stairs. I was scared to death because when he went through the stairs, the radiator fell on his leg. One leg went through the stairs. So it's like he's doing a split. One leg is down the stairs, the radiator's on the other leg. And man, I'm like, man, this is gonna be ugly, man. It's gonna be ugly. That scared me. That scared me. I ain't never been scared in business. That scared me. So when I got the call, like, man, Aaron fell through the stairs. We was carrying the radiator down. The stairs gave because it was too much weight. Aaron fell. Now here's how this worked. See, I got a bunch of stories, man. Believe it or not, the customer was concerned about the stairs. Listen, you got some privileged people out here, and this was one of them. So I'm like, I'm not thinking about your stairs. What about this guy? Well, man, that's your problem. I said, actually, it's our problem. No, that's your problem. I said, no, it's our problem. How is it my problem? I said, okay, you don't know how this works. This is America. I gave him the speech that somebody gave me. This is America. Anybody can sue anyone for any reason at any time. Second of all, yeah, he works for the company, right? But second of all, third of all, the work is being done for you through another company. This is your property. Your property was faulty. He can sue you too because this is your property. You're not on our insurance as additionally insured. So yes, he can sue you. It's your stairs. He can sue. He can sue both of us. He can sue the company that we're contract doing this through. Luckily, this was an early guy, and this goes into like the video I dropped today. This guy I took really good care of. Um, so he had no intentions on suing me. Really good guy. He didn't sue the customer. Yeah, he was out for a while. I just did the best that I could do for him, man. If anything you need, hospital bills, you let me know. That was a hit that I knew I had to take because he got injured on the job. So I told the customer, screw your stairs. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna worry about my worker. I think you need to worry about your stairs because I need to make sure he don't sue me, and I think that'll be in the best interest of me making sure he don't sue you. So we need to make a deal. You need to worry about your own stairs because it was your stairs that's faulty. We're doing a job for you. This wasn't done through negligence on behalf of the worker. This was done on behalf of the faulty stairs. So he kind of agreed without agreeing. He just had that look like, yeah, this guy is right. He just didn't want to admit that I was right. And obviously, yeah, he didn't hear from him. He dealt with his stairs, and I dealt with the worker, and I just had to take care of that. He was out for a while. I had to cover the cost. And workers' comp is something that's not enforced here. And if I had workers' comp, I probably wouldn't survive because it's very expensive. So that's just something I had to eat. But that's business. You know, this is a high liability driven business. Things happen. So I agree, prepare for the worst. Yep. My mama always taught me that, hope and pray for the best, prepare for the worst. That's how I've been able to navigate through business. Always being prepared for the worst. Thanks for the conversation, advice, and recommendations. You're working hard. Appreciate it. You have a whole 1 year to activate your MC, so don't worry. Call them infamous. Yep. Homeowners insurance. So homeowners insurance won't cover like damage due to the mover. There's just something. The house was under construction anyway. So 9 times out of 10 they were gonna fix the stairs. He was just being a jerk. You know what I'm saying? He was just being a jerk. So but that just goes to show you, you know, you can have people out here that don't have empathy, you know what I'm saying? Don't have empathy for people that are doing very taxing work, you know what I'm saying? You know, moving and is taxing, final mile delivery is taxing, and you're gonna come across customers that are just gonna be complete jerks. The thing is just do the job and get the heck up out of there uh, as soon as possible. But you know, luckily for me, I've had some situations happen, nothing that had, you know, because you can have some situations that'll take you under. Luckily for me, I haven't had any situations that took me under. You know, I've always like been prepared for the worst, and I make sure that the guys stay safe as possible. Like I don't even allow my guys to wear footies, those little shoe covers that people want you to put on their house. No, no shoe covers. Why? Because those shoe covers, they take away from the rubber grip of the sole of the shoe. So you carrying heavy stuff, you need that friction. You need to dig into the ground. You put that shoe cover on, that little mesh. No, now you slipping and sliding, you fall. And I tell customers now, if he slips and fall because you recommend you got these shoe covers you want to put on, that's not going to be on. That's going to be on you. So if you try to sue, this is how we're going to counter it. And then I'm going to turn around and counter sue you for wasting my time. And this is what I say to them because they don't know this. You know, OSHA standards, you got to have a rubber sole. And putting this mesh shoe on, it covers the rubber sole. The rubber sole is needed for a reason. You carry a 250-pound piece of furniture. I need that stability. I need the grip. I don't care about your carpet. You can mop your floor. You know, so it goes to privilege, and it just goes to being wise. In this industry, the customer ain't always right. And final mile and moving customer ain't always right, because the customer will want to be privileged and put you in a compromisable situation. And something happens, the only thing they're gonna be sitting there looking stupid. No, we ain't covered. Well, if you don't, well, we not covering. So man, you want to call another company? Because I'd be damned if one of these guys fall because you want them to put mesh on because you just too lazy to mop after them. No, I don't do it. It's just things you learn in the game. Challenging day to day, rates and trucks don't make sense thus far. 2 denials on getting started due to new business structure. Less than 2 to 3 years, requiring 5 to 10 deposit and 970K. All right, I see you just came into the chat, and the chat getting busy again. So let me I gotta pee real quick. I gotta pee again real quick. Give me a minute. I'll be right back.
Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it.
Look, mile like 3-6 pulled up, ski trip cold winter. All my niggas eating good, I remember when we had no dinner. West side, east side, no side, both sides fucking with me. Check, coming, check, leaving flex season, fuck 12, come and get me. Get your ass to run around, high speed, chasing all the big bags. Bending corners, bending rules, bending necks, give your bitch a whiplash. Slide through hot knife, warm butter storm, gutter drain lane. Young man, old habit, still at it, tryna let my chain hang. True story, new story, 2-story condo, B&B. 4 bath, 1 me, no key, like I did a B&E. B&Me so good, so hood, so not worried about it.
All right, I'm back. All right, so let me get back to that question I left off at. All right. So some of these companies are heightening their stipulations. And like I said, a lot of the stipulations are due to a lot of the bad apples that have ruined it for other people. Believe it or not, people are running off with trucks. People are stealing trucks. Stealing trucks is a big thing. People are stealing trucks. I got a mentee. They stole his truck twice. He's out the game now. He barely made it 3 months, and this truck got stole twice in 3 months. And the second time, they trashed it. He's out. They're stealing trucks here. People have rentals and they're struggling due to the economy. The volume is low, and guess what? The insurance company, not the insurance company, the rental company is trying to hit that card for that payment, and that money ain't there. So now they want their truck back, and now you got people on the run with the truck that's still hustling, but they ain't paying that money. That money ain't there. It's a lot of stuff going on. So a lot of bad apples done messed it up. It's sad, mister, but that's just a game. I don't know what company this is, but man, like some of these stipulations, some companies I'm hearing they want a brick and mortar business. Got to be in business 2-3 years. It's getting tough out here. It's getting tough. But see, this goes back, and I hate to keep beating a dead horse, but all this is because of last year. A lot of people that came into the game that got that money, if they wouldn't have got that money when they came into the game, a lot of people aren't business people. That's why they didn't survive. That's why they not all of them. Not small, but some good people that just caught a raw deal, caught a bad deal, maybe just didn't understand business, got in at the wrong time, didn't really understand the full scope of what was going on. Not talking about them. I'm talking about people that got into the game that did wrong. It's a lot of people doing wrong. It's a lot of trucks that's on the run. It's a lot of plates that are stolen. A lot of trucks that are coming up stolen. You hearing about, man, the police, man, ran the plate, the truck is stolen. Yeah, because guess what? If they hit your car, and that money is no longer there. Why? Because you're struggling with the business and you just don't have the common decency to take the truck back. They're going to report the truck stolen. Now you done got so far behind, you still running low, but you're not paying these people the back money. You just running, hustling now. Yeah, they gonna report the truck stolen. So now they got to make stipulations because look, man, we done got a lot of bad actors. The game has changed. It's just not like how it was prior to the pandemic. People didn't have good people that came and rent trucks before had good intentions. Now we don't know what people have, and plus we're scarce on trucks. It's like I always say, no trucks, no business. So they have to make their stipulations steep now because they have to hold on to trucks. You know how many trucks they got out there? They probably not getting paid for. It's on the stolen list. That's pulling up an Amazon relay right now. And believe it or not, these people ain't paying for that rental because they don't have the money. I'm telling you, I know this because I know it. So man, it's tough. I'm sorry, man, but yeah, man, that they getting tough with these stipulations. Brick and mortar. What person gonna have a brick and mortar if you just a middle mouth box truck? You don't need a brick and mortar. So man, buying a truck right now may be the lick for some people. $975 a week to $1,600 a week. No, sir, I wouldn't do it. $5,000 to $10,000 deposit. What? If I'm gonna drop that money, I'm gonna go drop it on a truck I'm gonna own, and I'm not even gonna drop it on a truck I own because I know my money gonna do better for me working than putting it down. I learned that a long time ago. I don't put money down on nothing. I don't put money down on no personal vehicle. I don't put money down on no commercial vehicle. I ain't did that in over 10 years. That's the worst thing you can do. If you got good credit, let your money work for you. Putting it down, every $1,000 you put down is taking $17 off your note. Nah, man, let my money work for me. I can move my money around. You know what I'm saying? So it's just getting tough out here, man. Got a 2021 Mercedes chassis 16-foot box truck, brand new, 3 miles when purchased. USA, here I come. Salute to all the hard workers. 10-4. Congratulations and good luck. Some customers are pure evil. You said I didn't. Mark, with today's prices, you can rent out your extra trucks out for $1,500 a week at 30 cents a mile. I can, but just the speech that I just gave right now about Ryder, what you think they're gonna do to little old Mark? I don't got time to be chasing nobody around America because the difference between Ryder, Penske, Enterprise, and Budget, it hurts them that when people do this. But a small person like me, it's really gonna hurt me. It's not gonna hurt me. It's gonna hurt me more emotionally than it's gonna hurt me financially. Because guess what? I worked hard to get them trucks, and I'd rather just sit and look at them. Because I'd be damned if I rent a truck out to somebody and that money don't hit. And then damn, they snatch the GPS. That's gonna really mess with me. I'm not a big corporate conglomerate that can afford to write off a loss on a truck until the police find it 5 states over when they run the plates. I can't go through that. You know what I'm saying? My trucks have sympathetic and emotional. If I'm gonna get rid of it, I'm just gonna sell it. But to rent it out to somebody and then they stop making the payments or they money, that card ain't hidden, and they on the run and they stop answering all that. Nah, man. I'm gonna spend too much time trying to find my stuff. I can't. No. I hear you. I've thought about it, but I have avenues that I'm gonna work on next year to place these trucks to do with these trucks, and I just don't trust this new generation of people coming into the game because if they doing it to these companies, man, what you think they're gonna do to me? I just nah, man. I hear you though. I hear you, but man, all money ain't good money all the time. Somebody else may take a chance on that. I just don't want to take a chance on that because even if I hit the insurance, guess what? The price that I got my trucks for back then, like man, the insurance I ain't gonna get nowhere near nothing to go get a new truck. It's just not worth it to me. Try us bank equipment loan. Try us bank equipment loan. Is this a Oh, this is, I don't know. This is probably somebody trying to sell something. Hey Herb, you in here trying to solicit my viewers? You gonna have to pay me for a banner, man, because I've been on here giving out salts for 3 hours. So if you want to come in here and solicit business, you got to pay the host. All right, you super chat or something. Like, man, come on, man, where your etiquette at? Where's your etiquette? Come in here trying to drum up some business, and you ain't took care of the host. All right, we ain't on that here. We ain't on that. Go ahead and take care of the host. You want to solicit your financing company, you got to pay the host. We can put you a nice banner up here, or you get your super chat and you can solicit. You don't come in here and don't speak to the host and talk to the host. Hey, man, I don't know who you thought I was. I've been on here for how long? I've been on here all this time. You think you can come in here and solicit? Man, please. My landlord had me buy homeowners insurance because they had a very bad experience with one of their rentals. Well, your landlord had you buy homeowners insurance. Wait, my landlord had me buy home renters insurance. Yeah, I would get renters insurance anyway. When I was a renter, I always got rent. Well, it was required when I was renting. You know what I'm saying? But I think you should get renters insurance anyway. Yeah, so that's not a bad deal. I think if you're gonna rent, you should just have renters insurance regardless. Mark, you had the best out here, bro. Mark, you are the best. You the best. Oh, Mark, you the best out here, bro. Stay blessed. Keep up the good work. Appreciate it, Chris. Appreciate you for checking in as always. You're right, Mark. I'm going to say my enterprise account manager name, but he told me that they're not trusting any company that haven't been in business for 2 years. Yeah, I get it. And I can't, like, I don't agree with the rates that these companies are charging now, but like some of the stipulations that they putting on, I understand why they putting on, why they are putting them on. It's a lot of bad actors, a lot of bad apples out here that are doing, like, the person you're in the dock with next to an Amazon relay is probably on the lam with a truck, for real. If the economy is messed up, you got people falling out the game. It's people on the run too. I hear about trucks being recovered. I had a guy in this live chat last week that told me a story that one of his friends gave him. He said, "Man, how that sound to you?" I said, "It sound like that the company stopped taking the payment because they trying to recover the truck and they know they can't report the truck stolen if they still taking payments. So they're gonna stop taking payments and they're gonna report the truck stolen because this person, I'm assuming in this situation, since he was paying, he wasn't bringing the truck back for maintenance." That's another thing. When they tell you to bring the truck back, you got to bring the truck back. It's their truck. A lot of people ain't bringing the truck back for maintenance. So guess what? They not going to take payment no more. You're going to know it's them. They forgot to take payment. Oh, they ain't took it in 2 weeks. Yeah, they ain't took it 3 weeks. You think you rolling. Man, they ain't reported the truck stolen. And that's what happened. They reported the truck stolen. If I loan you my vehicle and you tell me you're going to bring it back Saturday and Saturday come and you don't bring it back Sunday, I call you like, "What's up?" "Oh, man, I'm going to bring it back to you. I'm going to bring it back to you today." You don't bring it back Sunday. Monday, "Man, I got you, man. I got tied up." And then by Tuesday, you just not answering for me no more. I'm going to report my car stolen too. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's going on. They're not going to continue to let you drive their truck without maintenance. They don't care about, with my money here, man, they have to maintenance the truck. It's still an asset to them, right? They eventually gonna want to sell it. And guess what? These guys that's been on the land for 8, 9, 10 months, guess what? When they finally recover those trucks stolen, right? And police pull them over and they get those trucks stolen, they put those trucks out of service. And those are the ones you probably see popping up now on the sites. Those are the ones you see popping up. And then you got people that they reported the truck stolen. It's a lot of these going around too. Trucks getting recovered after they've been reported stolen. Police have found them, whatever, states over, whatever. They get the truck back, they recover it, they put it out of service. If they don't put it on the market to sell, they do the PM, they fix it up, then they put it back on the rental circuit. But guess what? They forget to take it off the hot sheet. So now you got people, I'm hearing stories of people who got legitimate rentals that are getting stopped by the police because the place is still under reported stolen. When you report something stolen, you got to go down and get it removed off the hot sheet. It's not as simple as calling 911 and say, "Oh, we recovered it." When you go recover it from the pound or wherever they find it at, and you got to go pick it up, you still have to go through the process of getting it removed off the hot sheet. And these rental companies aren't even doing that. That's why you got a lot of people who are legitimate that are renting a truck after it had been reported stolen months prior that are getting stopped. Man, this truck is saying stolen, and then it has to get worked out. A lot of shit is going on right now with the rental trucks. That's why these stipulations are being put into play. Emotional value. Yeah, emotional value. That's what I got my trucks, man. Yeah, I think he's like a financer or something. Cancel that guy. I don't know, man. So, Hurt, what do you do, man? Are you a financer? Because it looked like you said, huh? Try all U.S. bank equipment loan. All right, bet. My bad. I apologize. I thought you said try us. I'm thinking you was trying to. Thought you was like a commercial lender or something, equipment lender. My bad. 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 Sorry. Thought you was coming in here trying to solicit the people and not hollering at the host. Um, let's see. Son, what's up, man? All right. Well, unless there's any more questions, this was fun. Long as always. The Q&A session was long. I hope everybody got value out of the stream tonight. Unless there's any more questions, the replay will be up. What's your thoughts on starting a box truck business in January, February? I think I would be doing the research in January, February. Volume is going to be very low in January, February. I would start prepping January and February for March and April and the following months to come. If you did start it in January, February, just enter it with extreme caution and understand that the volume is going to be very low. These are the two slowest months of the year. When it comes to volume, you know what I'm saying? So you can utilize this time to learn, take the lows that come and learn from them and things of that nature. But the volume is going to be very minimal. January, February is very slow, very slow. So for obvious reasons, but I think if you exercise caution, you'll know you're getting into the game during 2 slow months, so you won't be as nervous because you knew what to expect when you got into it. Just make sure you got a cushion there to get you through those slow periods until tax season. Appreciate the knowledge. Thank you, Kind 100. Appreciate you for checking in. So, unless there's any further questions, we've been streaming for 4.5 hours. Like always, I keep going as long as the questions. Tuesday nights is dedicated for this. I've been doing it for a couple months now, so I go as long as the people of the engagement is there. I keep going. When the engagement slows down, that's when I bounce. So it's not a time limit thing. Now, if it ever gets to a point where we got hundreds of people, thousands of people, then yeah. But that's box trucking. This is a small community, so it probably won't ever get to that point. But yeah, I keep going as long as the engagement is there, and I don't see any further questions. So if there's nothing else left, then I'm gonna see you guys next week. Question: is there any way you could post more contracts for sprint event box trucks in the future? I post a lot of stuff for box trucks. If you mean smaller box trucks, yeah, I'm working on it because I see that since I've been posting cargo van, a lot of people have been reaching out like, man, post more. I didn't realize. I thought it was a lane well, I guess there are people that do cargo van videos, but maybe they don't do it from a perspective like mine. So I've noticed that a lot of people have been coming for those few cargo vans. But yeah, I'll do more cargo van 16 footers. But I mean that content it's not going to stretch as far because it's limited now. There's only so much out there, but I can always speak from a perspective of what to do with vans and 16 footers outside of doing typical final mile and middle mile delivery. A lot of the work that you're going to do outside of courier work with a van, let's say for a 16 footer, it's work there. But the thing is like it's going to require more hands-on work. So with a 16 footer, I know a lot of stuff people can do, like assembly work. It's a lot of assembly work, but it may require a little lifting here and there, and it's going to require some, people that are mechanically inclined that don't mind, picking up a drill or tightening a screw here and there. Another thing, TV work, flat screen TV mounting, still a lane for that. Still a lane for that. A lot of that work has gone to the gig economy, Thumbtack. There's a lot of guys on Thumbtack that make bank doing TV mounting and delivery. So bank, when I mean bank, I'm talking about bank. So um and there's other things I mean I can talk. I got a plethora of knowledge, but it's only so much I can do in a day, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, when I do these videos, it'd be the middle of the night. So I got, I'm gonna put out more. I'm gonna dedicate, like I said, I dedicate one video a week for cargo van and small trucks. So I'll try to keep that up. But contracts, sprinter contracts, van contracts, I'll keep it up once a week. Is it okay to keep talking runs to break even, taking runs to break even rather than making a profit? Is it okay to keep taking runs to break even rather than making a profit? When is the time to hang it up? You ever heard of the saying, if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense? Now, there's times where you're in survival mode, right? Right now is a survival thing. Economy is bad. So this is what I was preaching last week. Was it the week before last? It might have been last week. Survival mode. Now is the time to survive, right? So right now, I say it's okay. Um, but when you start to see things change around, you gotta know how to profit. You kind of gotta know how to profit in these times as well. Like, man, listen, this is a dog eat dog world. This is a dog eat dog game. All these contractors are fighting to put food on their table. All right. And that's how you gotta look at it. All right. So whatever you gotta do to lower your overhead costs so that you can maximize your profitability is the first thing you need to do. When you get to times like this, you gotta alter what's going on. You gotta make changes. You gotta make changes. If the money is down, then you gotta lower your overhead to increase your profit. And that's just what it do. I mean, I can't. It's certain things that I can tell you what to do, but then it's certain things I can't. You know what I'm saying? Like last week, there was a guy on the stream, and he was telling me about the trucks and things like that, and he was at a loss, operating at a loss, and the truck he was running was making even, but the truck he was running, he jumped in the game with multiple vehicles and it just didn't work. But he was still operating at a loss, and I had to tell this guy, like, bro, you really need to scale down to one truck. You can't. Like you got to get rid of that other truck, and in turn, that's gonna lay off a worker. Like it, I did not want to tell him that. All right, but even people in the chat was like, man, that was good advice. But like telling somebody like, man, you're in over your head, you're operating at a loss, you're not in the, you're not at a capacity where you can run multiple vehicles. You know what I'm saying? Like telling somebody that they got to scale down, that's telling somebody that they got to lay somebody off. I don't like doing that. You know what I'm saying? So, if you are operating your truck in this market, you can still profit. You just got to make alterations to how you've been running when things were different, when the rates were higher. All right. And you got to decrease your overhead. I don't know what's in your overhead, but you got to do something to decrease your overhead, or you got to figure something out. You know what I'm saying? You got to hustle that equipment a little bit more. So the ultimate goal is to make a lot of money, in good times, so that when bad times come, you can, I'm gonna take this job, I'm gonna take that job, I'm gonna take this job. I ain't taking that, it ain't worth it. So that you can take jobs where your operation cost is very minimal. So pretty much everything that's presented to you is profitable because your overhead is minimal. When money is really flowing, man, pay off your equipment. Man, pay down your equipment. Get clear as much overhead as possible. Trust me, ain't nothing better feeling in the world than having a truck that's paid for. I'm telling you. You get a truck that's paid for, man, it's like, man, can't nobody tell you nothing. So, right now, just surviving, breaking even, I think is okay as long as you get enough to get by. But while you're doing that, you still have to figure out a way to even try to profit in these times. It's tough right now for me, but I'm profiting. You know what I'm saying? I'm profiting because I did right when things were good all those years prior. People say, Mark, rent the trucks out, you can get $1,500. Nah, forget it. Trucks have been paid for so long, I don't even care. That's where you want to be. That when things happen, you can look at the rest of the world and just know you have that comfortability because you did the right things at the right times. Because guess what? Like I always say, it's business. You're going to have seasons. Things are going to happen. You have to prepare for these rainy days. You got to prepare for them because they coming. It's just like a truck. It ain't a fact, if it's going to break down, it's when it's going to break down. Business is the same way. You're going to have your good season. You're going to have a bad season too. And when that bad season comes, I'm telling you, it's like it's never ending. So you got to withstand the storm. So no, right now, I would say yes, not to beat a dead horse. If you're surviving now, then that's good, but still figure out a way to profit. If you're surviving in this economy by breaking even, you're doing it better than a lot of other people. So there's a sign there that you got it. You got it. Now you just got to figure out how to, if you can figure out how to turn over a profit in this, then you're good. Appreciate that, bro. Thanks a lot. No problem. All right. Well, it's kind of dead now. So I guess we're gonna wrap it up. All right. Every Tuesday night, the Mentors podcast with me, Mark the Mentor. 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. I appreciate everybody for checking in tonight. I appreciate the super chats. I'm going to repost this as soon as I end it. It'll be up. www.boxtruckcourses.com for your mentorship. And I will see you guys next week.
Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it.